after that comfort break. I now put vote 17, higher education and training. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. Don't forget the maximum is just strictly 3 minutes. DA, Honorable Christian.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, higher education has been plagued by a number of misfortunes recently. We saw a previous Director General being suspended for fraud and later his contract ending. UNISA has been plagued by reports of mismanagement and NSFAS is just not getting it right administratively. Minister, the massive infrastructure cuts continues to see the neglect of TVET sector. Moving 65 million rand from the TVET sector infrastructure to NSFAS simply means the continued deterioration of college infrastructure and poses a huge risk to students. Additionally, the TVET sector still has more than 6,000 outstanding certificates. The targets relating to 5 new or revised curricula were not achieved, and the targets for the number of artisans registered also not achieved. Minister, will you commit to dealing with the outstanding certification backlog and revised curricula, as well as artisan training targets? More importantly, can you give us details on the huge accommodation infrastructure backlog and timelines for other infrastructure in the TVET sector? NSFAS's cumulative irregular expenditure disclosed up to March 2021 was 50.5 billion rand. And additionally, it was reported that NSFAS had a regression in its performance targets from 76% in 2019-2020 to a 46.7% achievement rate in 2020-2021. These were mainly related to ICT instability, which obviously has a ripple effect on fraud and corruption. Minister, what is the status of the investigation to root out ICT fraud, as well as strengthening the ICT infrastructure and components of NSFAS? How many employees were found to be involved, and will the challenges, in particular ICT-related challenges, be resolved in 2022? Thank you.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Detroit.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. EFF, Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you and greeting, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Department of Higher Education and Training has continued to prove time and time again the incapacity to lead this department. As we are approaching 2022, we will see many institutions going on protest, and the solution will be police and killing of our young, of our future leaders. Chairperson, KZN institutions are suffering and they are the first to go on these protesters, and killing of students are mostly done there. The NSFAS remains the biggest challenge, and we have been speaking to the minister, still no change has been done. With COVID lockdown regulations, it has proven that so much needs to be corrected when it comes to our higher education. Students who went back home still suffer since the issue of network coverage still remains a challenge. The budget cuts, which makes no sense, also plays a huge role in the dysfunctional of this department. The minister in charge of this department is also anti-Black. He is heartless and hates our Black young leaders. Therefore, EFF rejects this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the appeal and the ruling by the chair, the appeal by the chief whip of the House, Honorable Mohai, yesterday about our videos, because this thing is being live, is still standing. I never wanted to disrupt you, Honorable Lutuli, but to all those that are coming on the virtual platform, please make sure, I don't want to be disruptive. ANC, Honorable Gideon.
Honorable Chairperson, The post-school education and training sector system is one of the sectors which has experienced a rapid increase in demand due to its pivotal role of providing higher education and skills development. The African National Congress government has expanded access to higher education for the poor and working class. Increasing access to higher education has resulted in the increase of the appropriation of higher education. Despite the increase in expenditure in a PSET sector, the demand has proven to outweigh your fiscal capacity. The NSFAS has been grappling with ensuring that its systems are able to manage the increase in demand for financial aid, and we welcome the efforts. NSFAS is facing a financial deficit which has a direct impact on its capacity to provide support for all students who meet the requirements for funding. The entity is also facing challenges of responding to the student debt in the sector. Student debt is a major hindrance as it disadvantages deserving students from continuing with their academic studies and requires government resolutions. There are some of the critical issues that Cabinet has resolved, that the Minister of Higher Education has to develop a sustainable financial model to ensure access to higher education. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is anchored on infrastructure development. It is a concern for the ANC that the adjustment undertaken by the department will negatively impact a critical program of infrastructure development for technical and vocational education training colleges, which have a major infrastructure backlog. We implore the department to build commensurate infrastructure development, technical capabilities to spend. The shift by the department is to support the NSFAS backlog, which indicates the difficulties in financial support for students. The ANC implores the department to ensure it fills and budgeted vacancies to ensure the system is functional and not underspent. The ANC supports this adjustment appropriation as it responds to the pressing issues of financial assistance for the poor and working class. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. Yes, Honorable. Please. Okay, let's check the support. Division has been called. Okay, they missed the threshold. 30 seconds for the bells to allow those that are not in the system to be back and those that are outside to get in. Thank you. Can assist with the toss. Those that are voting in favor, please raise your hands.
Chairperson, Honorable Mushodu vote in favor.
Okay, Honorable Mushodu. In the house, you can lower your hands, we're fine. Then we're dealing with those that are logged in the system, those that are on the virtual platform. Thank you. Those that are voting against, you can't be voting for her.
Chairperson, our hands, those that are voting for have not been lowered.
We're dealing with a different arrangement now. Lower, the system will lower your hands. Thank you. Abstain. Against on the virtual platform.
No, man. Chairperson, we have a problem here. Everybody else who voted initially, their hands are still up, and my hand is still up. Just for the record, I don't want you to be confused. I'm voting against.
Don't worry, we're noting that. That is why we are assisting the system to lower those hands. Those that are voting against, can you please raise your hand on the virtual platform?
I saw Honorable Matibe is voting against, Chair. I just want to make sure if it's correct.
Kenny's hand is still there.
My hand is still up, Chair.
This system is confusing now.
No, it's not confused. You guys are voting against. It's just that you are.
Oh, we can't do that.
It's okay, Mamangeta. It's okay.
Don't worry, we'll assist the system.
It's not the system, it's your members that needs assistance.
No, it's not true. Nana here was also confused.
But Lon votes for and against. So I'm not too sure if that is an abstention.
Please don't throw me in your problems.
Okay, honorable members, please, before we can confuse the system, can I ask all of you on the virtual platform to lower your hands, all of you?
Yeah.
After all the hands have been lowered, then I ask those that are voting against to raise their hands so that we don't confuse the system. First, all of you have lowered your hands. Then after that, those that are voting against must be the only one that are raising their hands on the virtual platform.
So can we raise our hands now?
If you are voting against, yes, you can raise your hands.
Thank you.
We are against this ANC arrangement.
We're dealing with it, don't worry. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Those that are abstaining, they can raise their hands. Thank you. In favor, 25. Against, 21. Abstention, 0.
Just on a point of order, I didn't want to disrupt the process, Honourable Chair, but I wanted to be on record that while voting was in progress, the Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Masondo, was allowed inside of the House during the voting process. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
And Chief Whip.
The Honorable Masondo arrived after voting process was completed, but there was query raised. There was query raised on the process, but the first process was completed, so there was no irregularity regarding that process. So please bear with us. The technical glitch has arisen, and that was the matter that was being handled. Thanks.
Thank you. Agreed. Thanks for the clarification. I now put vote 18, Department of Health. I've informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. TA, Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, it is with great sadness that the people entrusted with executive powers are the ones who steal public money during the biggest health crisis the world has ever seen. This government has presided over the largest money heist in recent history. 14 billion rands has been stolen during this pandemic, and not a single politician has been sent to jail. Many government employees have benefited in obtaining 350 rands meant for unemployed South Africans living in poverty. We have seen the scooter ambulance tenders, costly disinfection of Gauteng schools, digital vibes communication tender, and irregular productive equipment procurement in the Gauteng Department of Health. These are but prominent fraud cases that South Africans will watch with keen interest as we move forward. In fact, to add salt to the wound, the very person who led the country through the COVID-19 pandemic is embroiled in a 150 million corruption scandal. We are watching that with keen interest as well. These may have played a part in South Africans not holistically hitting the call for vaccinations. During this pandemic, the consequences of suppliers being awarded tenders without sufficient care of overpricing, financial loss, fraud and abuse of the system is so severe. All this has a direct impact on the department's ability to roll out an effective communication and community outreach program to encourage South Africans to get vaccinated as we face a fourth wave of infections. Surely you can agree that corruption is not victimless crime. The people of South Africa are the victims of this theft. We wish that President Ramaphosa will be quick in starting the SIU report in his possession so that South Africans don't lose confidence in his office and that those implicated are brought to book with immediate effect. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. EFF, Honorable Mokause.
Yes, Chair, I see it's you. You are back. Chairperson, the EFF objects to this budget votes. In as much as we are of the view that South Africans deserve quality free healthcare services, but over the years, with all the budget adjustments, increased grants, health care in this country has deteriorated to a level which is extremely irreparable under the ANC government. We still see clinics closing due to lack of staff. We still see clinics closing at 4 o'clock, opening at 8 o'clock, as if people only get sick during the day. We still see healthcare centers operating only 8 hours per day. These facilities, which are supposed to be operating 24 hours with special services, whereas there are none. Chair, how do they operate 24/7 when there's no water? PPE money has been stolen by the governing party and there's no consequence. And even lack of cleanliness, you even smell dirtiness when you enter healthcare centers. Chair, hospital still operates with one doctor per shift. No specialized services at all attached to such shifts. Provinces still do not provide oncology services. Cancer patients are made to travel from one province to another to access such services. Chairperson, we still see government mortuaries closing throughout South Africa, but yet we are made to approve budget adjustments year after year. The EFF cannot approve or cannot support this budget adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Malika.
Honorable House Chairperson, as the ANC, we rise in support in this budget vote 18. The department has a significant role to play in ensuring that the entities are financially sustainable to enable fulfillment of their mandate. In the abyss of COVID-19, the expenditure earmarked in the 2021 budget, a speech amounting to 2.342 billion for the purchase of vaccines, is one of the adjustments. We acknowledge the effort of the department through the Vuma vaccination drive in continuing to intensify and prevent the spread of the disease. With the new Omicron variant and the fourth wave upon us, we request South Africans to get vaccinated, wear our masks, sanitize, and keep the 1.5 meter social distance. Collective efforts are necessary to ensure that we defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Chairperson, we are in the phase 2 process of the National Health Insurance. The revitalization grant remains an important indicator to provide funding to enable provinces to plan, revitalize and transform infrastructure, nationalize health technology, monitor and evaluate hospitals in line with the national policy objectives. The unspent funds of 150 million of the health facility revitalization component of the National Health Insurance Indirect Grant, and the 10 million of the health facility revitalization grant remains a huge concern, and the department should develop an action plan to assist all provinces which underspent their allocation. In spite of the challenges, the implementation of the NHI remains an ANC priority. While COVID-19 has exacerbated the stark inequalities that exist in the South African healthcare system, the private-public partnership has demonstrated the need for working together and making the NHI a reality to the people of South Africa. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson, Chair.
Honorable Mokause.
I forgot to mention that I'm declaring and calling for a division.
Let's check for the support. How many people are supporting the call for the division?
I support the chair.
You can raise your hands on the system so that we can see whether you meet the threshold.
Let's hear how many votes in there.
Honorable Mokause. Okay, it's fine. Then we'll have the 30 seconds to allow those that are outside the system to log in and those that are outside the chamber to get in. Thank you. We can have it, the doors attended to. We move straight. Those that are voting in favor, please raise your hands.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor. Chairperson Utile Mushodi, vote in favor.
Can please all those, you can lower your hands in the chamber. Those in the virtual platform, the hands are still up so that we make sure. Yeah, thank you. All of you can lower your hands at the virtual platform. All the hands now can be lowered so that we can move and have all those voting against, starting from the chamber.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Khai, please. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Those that are, even on the virtual platform, you can now lower your hands so that we can have those that are abstaining now. Those that are abstaining.
Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chairman.
Those that are voting in favor, 26. Against, 21. Abstention, 0. I now put vote 19, social development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable Mukauzi.
Can you move to another party? Honorable Lutuli is still struggling. She's in a process of coming back.
I am here, Chairperson.
Honorable, let me make this reminder. When it was when the chair was still here, and when ANC struggled, the chief whip made an intervention that if people are not going to be ready, then we have to move. So I'm going to be applying that. But now I'm allowing you, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
But Chairperson, you
Chairperson.
You and the
Honorable Mokause, don't disturb Honorable Lutuli.
You are out of order. You can't do that. That is party time allocated to political parties to make a declaration.
Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson. And my apologies. We don't have electricity where I am and it's raining. So can I have my videos off, please?
Okay, continue.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Department of Social Development is meant to assist our poor people, but it looks like it's fighting them. Before the 2021 local government elections, the President announced again the social relief grant of 350 rand, which we all know that it was a way of campaigning for the ruling party. Our people in KZN, because they are hungry, they applied the numbers, but most of them have not received their 350 till today, although they were approved. In KZN, some when they went to collect their money, they found out that the money has already been collected, which is very disturbing. The corruption in this department is getting worse by the day, and it seems nothing is being done to correct this. In KZN, the issue of GBV is getting worse, and these acts seems to be doubling, and the killing of women and the abuse of children. This department is not assisting. In our rural areas, especially in cases, and the victims are forced to go back and live with their abusers, as there are no place of safety provided by this department. In our rural areas, in cases and Chairperson, there is no program to educate and do awareness campaign, even in our schools. The issue of Ndwedwe post office that was burnt down still remains the biggest challenge for our people who have to travel long distances to get their monies. Therefore, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tuli. Honorable Ndongeni, ANC.
The coronavirus pandemic has demonstrated the centrality of the state in providing social protection, which markets cannot. The pandemic has also demonstrated the importance of the state in providing economic protection through providing various economic stimulus packages to support enterprises. The pandemic has also enabled and expanded the outlook of our comprehensive social security system, which protects the poor and was extended to include the unemployed. The higher level of unemployment, as reported in the quarterly labor force survey in the third quarter, with expanded definition of the unemployment at 46.6%, are in their highest, and this will further damp poverty. We welcome the addition allocation for the Department of Social Development for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention to create work opportunities for the youth to acquire skills in the sector, in order to enable them to activity participating in the economy. Training is important to acquire experience and knowledge, which enables the youth to pursue other economic opportunities in the early childhood development sector. The Presidential Youth Employment Intervention focuses on supporting provinces with the Early Childhood Development Grant and the National Development Agency for their volunteer program. This support will enable more youth to be involved in the critical sector of ECD, which has been identified as a key focus to enhancing the service in ECDs for better development outcomes to our children. Civil society has continued to demonstrate their integral role in responding to the social needs rents challenge facing of our people and should be supported in their programs. The ANC supports this adjustment appropriation and welcomes the fact that the Department of Social Development Department did not have any rollover or environment which demonstrate improved planning and implementation.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and FF Plus are noted. Yes, Honorable Kaus.
The vote is not agreed to. I'm calling for a division.
Okay, let's check the support. Let's get the support to see whether it meets the required threshold. Can we have people that are supporting the call for a division on the...
No one, Chair.
Thank you. No, we do have them. There are 6. It will allow the 30 seconds to allow those that are outside the platform to get in and those that are outside the chamber to get in. Thank you. Let's move straight to those that are voting in favor to raise their hands. In the House first, starting with the chamber.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Mushodi. We're still dealing with the chamber. You can lower your hands now. Thank you in the chamber. Virtual platform, let's have the hands up, voting in favor. Starting with the one of Honorable Mushodi as explained.
Dodo. Chair of the session, did you note my hand?
Uvela P.
I'm 30 now.
Thank you. You can now lower your hands. Those that are voting again. Okay. Thank you. You can lower your hands now. Starting from the chamber, those that are voting against. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Virtual platform, voting against. Thank you. We can lower the hands now. We'll move straight to those that are abstaining. Thank you. Save the results. The results are as follows: in favor, 30, against, 2-3, abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 20, women, youth, and person with disabilities. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, Lehihi, Honorable
Chair.
Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, it is of vital importance to examine all efforts and legislative processes to ensure that people with disabilities, both women, young, and all other persons are emancipated. The pieces of legislation and programs that the House adopts should therefore be inclusive and specifically clear in principle when it comes to equity and representation across all shapes of government, spheres of government. To date, there has not yet been any clearly defined position by the government on strategic groundbreaking moves to fully ensure equal emancipation of persons with disabilities. The state has also failed to protect women from violence and abuse, as it does not provide strategies that takes into account the social and economic factors within which violence against women is embedded. The support and monitor for the implementation of policies and coordinate government's implementation of the 2015 White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities on an ongoing basis should be prioritized by the ministry. As the economic freedom fighters, we acknowledge that the government has failed women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. We therefore reject the bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Mamorekhane.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC moves in support of vote 20 of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. As we are coming from the 16 days of violence against women and children campaign, let it rest in our minds that gender-based violence is very pervasive in our society, and it requires us to be activists of gender-based violence, meaning that our activism is not restricted within the 16 days of activism. Young people today are facing numerous challenges such as high levels of unemployment, gender-based violence, poverty, mental health related issues. All this could be contributed to the high levels of unemployment which were exacerbated. Arising from the budget speech, the adjusted appropriations for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. This is in response to the high level of unemployment in the country. Allocations have been made through provincial government and local government conditional grants, and the provincial equitable share provinces should ensure that these funds foster unemployment in local government and provinces and create opportunities for the unemployment to mitigate the high levels of poverty and inequality in the country. Gender-based violence is a matter that the government takes into serious consideration. The introduction of the 3 gender-based violence bill will help assist fight the gender-based violence and femicide by being harsher to sex offenders and perpetrators of gender-based violence. As government will ensure that we can never fail the women, children, and members of the LGBTQIA+ members of the country. It is unacceptable that some members of the society can enjoy their freedom and some cannot. We must instill a culture of tolerance in our society. Government alone cannot fight gender-based violence. We need all members of the society to fight this pandemic. We need communities and families and friends to be in the spirit of fighting gender-based violence. As the ANC moves in support of vote 20 of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mukause.
We are calling for a division.
Let's get the support. Let's get people that are supporting the call for the division. Thank you. Indeed, they meet the threshold. 30 seconds, allowing people on the virtual platform and those outside the chamber. Honorable Totovu, can you mute, please? Thank you. We move straight to voting. Those that are voting in favor for vote 20, starting with the chamber, raise your hands.
I have a problem, Chair, with my raise your hand function. Sorry.
No, we're coming to the virtual platform. Let's finish the chamber first.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you. You can lower your hands. Virtual platform, voting in favor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mushodi, number 1, I vote with favor.
Nita, number 2, voting in favor, Chair.
Shodi and Honorable Nita.
And Dodovu.
And Totovu and others, raise your hands on the virtual platform. Thank you. You can lower your hands. We're starting with the chamber. Those that vote against in the chamber. Thank you. You can lower your hands on the virtual platform. Those that are voting against. Thank you. Can lower your hands. Those that are abstaining. Thank you. Let's have the results. The results are as follows. In favor, 31. Against, 22. Abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 21. Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, it's Honorable Mokause.
Chairperson?
Yes.
We are objecting to this budget vote without declaration and calling for a division.
Thank you.
House Chairperson, this is Honorable Michalakis.
Yes.
It also calls for a division.
Thank you. Let's see. Let's check the support of the division.
Chairperson.
Yes.
No, they are jumping the gun.
Come again.
They are jumping the gun. They are out of order. There are two people that need to, two parties that need to do the division, that need to do the declaration. They were supposed to wait. Chairperson.
Jambo, so you're not the presiding officer, please.
You are not presiding here. You
No. It's clear that they have met the threshold. Honorable Mtetwa, you still want to continue with the declaration? Thank you. 30 seconds whilst allowing people that are outside the virtual platform and those that are outside to get in.
Nyambo se sumo shaman.
Thank you. Those that are voting in favor, raise your hands, starting with the chamber. Thank you. Virtual platform, you can lower your hands in the chamber. Virtual platform, voting in favor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mashodi, vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thanks, Chair Ncita, vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Ncita. And then we can lower the hands, even on the virtual platform. All the hands now can be lowered. Those that are voting against, starting with the chamber. Thank you. In the chamber, you can lower your hands. On the virtual platform, those that are voting against, you can raise your hands.
Honorable Mukhonyan is not voting against. His hand was not lowered.
Don't forget to is voting against.
Chairperson, are you voting against?
Thank you. You can lower your hands. All of you, those that are abstaining, you can raise your hand. Thank you. Let's have the results. Thank you. The results are as follows. In favor, 32. Against, 22. Abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 22, correctional services. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63, EFF, Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm experiencing a very serious problem of network, Chair. Chairperson, it is important that we remind this House that one of the mandates of the Department of Correctional Service is to rehabilitate and educate inmates, as most inmates incarcerated at our centers will one day be released back to our communities. This demands that prison condition respect human dignity, and for the inmates to be treated as people worthy of respect and rehabilitation. Wherever the reality of our rehabilitation centers is more harsh, policies have become more punitive, and the harsh punishment given to offenders is not working to keep our community safe. And when the inmates became released, they are given a certificate which state that they have done rehabilitation programs and can be part of the community as active citizens. Yet at the same time, there are also policies in place which state that the very same inmates that have been rehabilitated cannot be given employment in government because of criminal records. Correctional service continue to fail rehabilitated inmates. The EFF reject the budget vote. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Samai. ANC, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress rises in support of Budget Vote 22. The National Development Plan sets out the vision for the nation. It envisages that by 2030, all people will be free and feel safe. The NDP also envisages a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The Department of Correctional Services effectively contributes to the building of a capable, ethical, and developmental state, to social cohesion and safe communities. The Department of Correctional Services, being a critical component in the criminal justice system, contributes to the human detention of offenders and remand detainees. The core mandate of the DCS is to correct offending behavior and rehabilitate inmates. This vote is in line with the call of the Freedom Charter and contributes to the rehabilitation and social reintegration of offenders back into the community. Honorable House Chair, we noted the 7.580 million and 56,977 million adjustment made to administration and incarceration programs, respectively, to procure uniforms for the officials, security equipment, and uniforms for emergency support team members. This should improve the challenges of security infrastructure and address the issues of escapes from correctional facilities. Incarceration must be safe and humane. In line with the dictates of the Constitution, both the inmates and officials must be free and feel safe. Equipping inmates with appropriate and relevant skills and training through the rehabilitation programs cannot be emphasized enough. After inmates have served their time and upon reintegration into society, they are able to utilize the skills they have acquired and contribute meaningfully to the economy. This plays a vital role in the reduction of recidivism in the country. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, inmates, parolees, and probationers also contribute towards various community empowerment initiatives. During the July unrest, when acts of vandalism, looting, and the destruction of property took place in KZN and Gauteng, probationers and parolees helped to clean most areas affected and allowing economic activity to resume. The ANC supports the budget vote 22. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted.
No, it's not agreed to, Chairperson. We are calling for a division.
House Chairperson, the DA also calls for a division.
Okay, let's check the support. Thank you. Let's have the 15 seconds for those in the virtual platform and those outside. Thank you. Starting with the chamber, those that are voting in favor. Thank you. You can lower your hands. In the virtual platform, those that are voting in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
I also vote in favor, Chair. So
Thank you, Honorable Nita.
Dodov as well, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dodov. Thank you. You can lower your hands, all of you. We are starting with the chamber. Those that are voting against. Against. Thank you. You can lower your hands in the chamber, in the virtual platform. Voting against.
Chairperson, can I just bring a point of order? Honorable Gillian voted in favor, but her hand was also showing as against because they didn't lower her hand. Thank you.
She must also learn to lower her hand herself.
Thank you. You can lower your hands, all of you now. Those that are abstaining.
Sorry, Chair, I vote against. The system did not work.
Lee against.
Okay, Honorable He, thank you. Voting closed. Let's have the results.
No, Chair. Did you see my hand?
Yes, we are abstaining.
Against.
Thank you. The results are as follows. In favor, 33. Against, 20. Abstention, 0. I put vote 23, defense. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. DA, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Although the Department of Defense will be receiving more funds in this midterm budget, the majority thereof will be spent on covering the costs of the KZN and Gauteng uprising earlier this year. It still holds one of the most expensive ministries in cabinet, a legacy left by the previous minister. It also spends around 70% of its budget on cost of employees. The smuggling of Cuban drugs with losses of up to 260 million rand, its venture to turn our military bases into patisseries where friends and family benefit and sell bread back at increased prices, and the spending of billions of rands on senseless projects is crippling the SANDF with no consequence management. I hope the Chinese like scones with their tea, because that is what we will be serving them once they invade us one day, backed by the SANDF with pride themselves. This government has turned a proud defense force into a joke, whilst we sit with thousands of brilliant servicemen and women who joined the defense force for no reason other than it being their passion and that they want to serve the country which they love. Further budget cuts will also not turn the naval ship around. The Finance Department's budget forecast looks gloomier than ever, and cuts in man days, manpower, and the further deterioration and aging of resources will not help. As my colleague in the other house said, when the Department of the Treasury said that the Defense Department needs to look at the reallocation of its resources, we agree with them. This means that they have to reorganize, repurpose, and reprioritize so as to put the defense force and the security of our country back at the center of this budget. We cannot support this budget, House Chair, and we also intend calling for a division at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF, Honorable Mtsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this department has since 2010 continued to fail our people as the resources allocated to this department are often spent in a way which yield no result whatsoever for the military veterans. South African military capability and operation responsibility have also on many occasions been compromised. The minister itself has on many occasions demonstrated that she has no interest in the resolution of the problem which military veterans confronted on a daily basis. We saw this in how an advisory council to the ministry was appointed, yet it stood as nothing more than a box of ticking exercises. Policies of education, health, and housing have yield no benefit for military veterans. The economic emancipation freedom fighters rejected the voting bill. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Nchabeleng. It's on your right.
Oh yeah, now it's on now. Thanks, Chairperson. I was listening to Honorable Makhalakis giving his report and he talked about the uprising in KwaZulu-Natal. I don't know whether he was talking about his hero friends, those few individuals in Verulam who killed our people. Not sure whether he was referring to them, but anyway, the budget vote plays a central and key role in the process of implementing the mandate of the department.
The mask for even the interpreters.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got an interpreter. Without the mask,
I say that the budget plays a central role in the process of implementing the mandate of the Department of Defense. This budget is an instrument.
Yeah, the sign language.
This budget vote is an instrument of policy implementation of the mandate of the South African Defence Force. National Defence Force. It is through this budget vote that the South African National Defence Force will continue to protect the people of South African territorial borders of the Republic. It is through this budget, House, that the Defence Force will be able to continue protecting the people of South Africa and, most importantly, fight against any possible illegal invasion by either state or non-state groups in these trying times of the coronavirus pandemic, where states are facing challenges and are vulnerable to such actions. It is through this budget that where the need arises, the SNDF will be able to provide support to police in the festive season and add value in our fight with COVID-19. We are committed in transforming the department and hold it accountable on the use of the public funds, in particular the supply chain management department. This budget will benefit all South Africans as it will enhance the programs of the South African Defence Force, in particular the youth and women. It is out of this budget that South African people will be protected from any possible threat at the borders. Therefore, the African National Congress support this budget for the defense of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nchabeleng. Is there any call for a division?
House Chair, the DA calls for a division.
Let's let's check the support of the call of the division. Thank you. 15 seconds to allow those outside to be in. Thank you. Starting with the chamber, those that are voting in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. You can lower the hands in the... Okay, sorry. You can raise your hands if you are in favor in the chamber.
You are still in the chamber, Chair.
Thank you. We're now getting to the virtual platform. Those that are voting in favor, virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mushodi.
Thanks, Chair. It's Nita. I'm voting in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Nita.
And Dodovu.
Thank you, Honorable Dodovu. Thank you. You can now lower your hands on the virtual platform. Those that are voting against in the chamber, thank you. You can lower your hands. In the virtual platform, those that are voting against, thank you. You can lower your hands. Those that are abstaining, thank you. Voting is now closed. Let's have the results.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I just want to check. This is Mkiva. Yeah, system yami ihlanga ngapha on capture as voting for.
You've captured
me. We are done, Honorable Mkiva.
Can't take us back, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Honorable members, if you have missed it, you have missed it. We can't be going forward and backwards. The results are as follows: in favor, 31, against, 22, abstaining, 0. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 24, Independent Police Investigative Directorate. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, Honorable Mokause.
Chairperson, we do not support this budget vote without a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any party that will be doing some call for a division?
No.
No. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. I now put vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. DA, Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Justice held millions of rands in PubGeld that it has failed to pay out to vulnerable parents this year due to failing systems. Similarly, the department failed for months to address the IT issue at the Master's Office, meaning that deceased estates were delayed and the much-needed funds could not be released to grieving families. We have also not yet seen the lip service paid to addressing state capture translate into practice. The NPA responsible for this task has seen 422 million rand cut from its budget. Its investigating directorate, established to go after the state capturers, has a budget of only 107 million rand. The National Youth Development Agency has a budget 5 times bigger, for goodness sake. The GCIS, government's propaganda arm, has a budget 7 times bigger. If government is serious about prosecuting those who destroyed the state, it must fund the prosecuting authority properly. In the Department of Correctional Services, irregular expenditure went from 158 million rand in 2018-19 to 1.4 billion rand in 2020-2021. Furthermore, 32 cases of irregular expenditure to the amount of 2.2 billion rand has not been investigated, and 120 cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure to a value of 3.4 billion rand has not been investigated. There is absolutely no consequence management for financial misconduct in this department. The ANC clearly isn't serious about our criminal justice system. Oh, and by the way, the parole board lost the case this morning. Jacob Zuma is heading back to jail. I can promise you he's one that's not going to have a Merry Christmas, but not yet for his state capture role. We cannot support this budget. Thank you.
EFF, Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this department is one of the captured departments in the state of South Africa. We have seen cases dragging without prosecution, yet budgets are being allocated to this department and there's no action. We have seen this department targeting individuals across party lines who disagrees openly with the state president. We have seen this department sealing the documents, bank documents of the current sitting president without due processes. We are seeing only favoritism, only friends of those who are in the top ranks of the ANC gets appointed in this department. Why? Because the ANC and its elite wants to be protected by this department. We cannot support any adjustment towards a corrupt and captured department. Thank you.
ANC, Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Fiat justitia ruat caelum is Latin legal phrase meaning, let justice be done, though the heavens fall. The maxim signifies the belief that justice must be realized regardless of consequences. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is crucial in ensuring that justice is dispensed accordingly to all people, that everyone gets what's right, what's fair, and what's just. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and other entities and institutions receive their budget allocations under the Justice and Constitutional Development budget vote. These include the National Prosecuting Authority, Legal Aid South Africa, the Special Investigating Unit, the South African Human Rights Commission, and the Public Protector of South Africa. In terms of the department's performance, the filling of senior management positions brought stability to the department and prevented further decline in performance. The department's performance improved from 51% in the 2019-20 financial year to 66% in the 2020-21 financial year. The department had 92 annual plan targets for 2021 financial year and achieved 61. In terms of improving access to justice, Chair, 6 new special commercial crime courts have been established to facilitate the implementation of the anti-corruption strategy. All regions have been resourced with a special commercial crime court. Chair, this year, regrettably, the department suffered a ransomware attack, which impacted negatively on service delivery. This attack emphasized the need to accelerate the modernization of information communication technology infrastructure. We note that a rebuild and modernization plan in place and that the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development will be taking the lead in modernizing the integrated justice system. The Public Protector South Africa reported that it had received a clean audit and achieved 10 of its 12 annual performance targets. The South African Human Rights Commission reported that it had received an unqualified audit with findings and had received 23 of its 36 annual performance targets, with its underperformance primarily attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic and related remote working arrangements. We welcome the improvements and urge the department and the respective entities not to relax its efforts in dispensing justice and contributing to a better country. The ANC supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any call for a division? No. The vote is agreed. The objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. I put vote 28 military veterans. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, it's Honorable Mtsamai. Honorable Mtsamai. 3, 2, 1, gone.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, must we just we have made it of the military veterans. Must I repeat it again? Chairperson, this department has since 2010 continued to fail our people as a resources allocated to this department are often spent away, which yield no result whatsoever for the military veterans. South African military capability and operational responsibility have also on many occasions been compromised. The minister itself has on many occasions demonstrated that she has no interest in the resolution of the problem which military veterans confront on a daily basis. We saw this in how an advisory council to the minister was appointed, yet it stood as nothing more than a box-ticking exercise. Policies on education, health, and housing have yielded no benefit for military veterans. The EFF reject the budget vote. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's vote 26, military veterans. ANC, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress rise and support budget vote 26 because it only through this budget vote that the mandate of the Military Veterans Act will be implemented and the military veterans will be able to get their benefits. The Department of Military Veterans is mainly charged with a responsibility to provide the necessary support to the military veterans and their dependents. The main tool to ensure that indeed the ex-combatants get their benefits is through this budget vote 26. It is through this budget vote that we will be able to implement the mandate of the dependent and ensure that we improve the lives of the military veterans. The budget will help in ensuring that the program of providing houses, free health service, and the education support is given to military veterans and their dependents. The program to provide support financially for tuition for both the children of the military veterans and the veterans themselves continue and be implemented. And through the budget vote 26, it will enhance the work of the department. Honorable House Chair, the budget will benefit both the military veterans and their dependents while responding to the challenges that are faced by the military veterans and their dependents. The budget will continue to assist in the program of building houses for the military veterans. The African National Congress welcomed the budget vote 26 as it will provide the necessary support for the department to fulfill both politically and statutory mandate of providing support to war veterans. I am supporting this budget vote 26 on behalf of the ANC. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. I put vote 27, Office of the Chief Justice. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, Honorable Mokause.
Chairperson, we are not supporting without a declaration.
Thank you. ANC Honorable Bartlett? That's fine. Okay. Thank you. The vote is there any call for a division? No. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the EFF Freedom Front Plus are noted. I put vote 28 police. I will inform that the following parties will make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. DA, it's Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Police received 99.56 billion Rand adjusted budget, one of the largest budgets allocated of all departments. Yet on the ground, we see police being unable to do their job due to a lack of basic resources, such as motor vehicles. The backlog in DNA analysis is another result. The dysfunctional firearms register, another. And then the ANC comes and stands in this house and says that it is serious about bringing down the murder rate and that it is serious about stopping gender-based violence. The ANC is not serious about stopping any of this. In June this year, the National Commissioner complained that the SAPS cannot fulfill its duties because of the budgetary constraints. Yet they underspent by 4 billion Rand on things like crime prevention, intelligence gathering, and investigations. Compared with other democracies, we live in a much more dangerous country today, where it is far more unlikely that the rapists and murderers on our streets will end up behind bars than we would have if it wasn't for the ANC's incompetence. We cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF, Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Police performance and conduct has deteriorated over the past 2.5 decades, with the priorities remaining unchanged. Under the watchful eye of South African police, South Africa has over a period of 2 decades witnessed an increasing in crime statistics. This year, we learn how contact crime increased by 60.6% compared to last year, as well as amongst other, the murder as well as sexual offense crime. The police citizen rate currently stands at 1 policeman to 327 people is also a challenge. For public trust in the South African police service has been dropping for the same time, and this is allegedly due to the lack of performance of South African police, coupled with the high levels of police misconduct. They have failed and fulfilled its mandate to protect and serve the public, and it is poor leadership which has caused South African to fail, South African police to fail. South African police has been characterized for lack of professionalism, incompetence, and corruption of the part of the police, also a result of the ruling party.
Order, members.
South Africa and the ruling party are still but taking minimum steps in the fight against corruption for the exist of lack of will of the part of South African police and the government to counter the corruption. The EFF reject the budget vote. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Order, members. Plus, Honorable Dutoit.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mukaus.
Chairperson, your members are extremely out of order. The same members sitting in the chamber, they are sent to that podium and cannot read documents, but we never make noise. I don't understand the disruption. Those members of yours,
Honorable Mukaus.
They can't
Honorable
read,
Mukaus.
but we never make
Honorable
noise.
Order, members.
What is your problem?
Honorable Mukaus. Honorable Kause. Honorable Kause.
You are not going to buy.
Can that be switched off? Honorable Kause, there's nothing. Honorable members, there is nothing wrong that has been done by Honorable Mutsamai about reading the issue. A person who's not part of the chamber was in that video when the gadget was moving around. So don't confuse what happened and with what allegations we are making. You have to understand what happened.
Who can't read must keep quiet when other members are speaking.
Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, to what extent can Minister Becky Cele be held accountable for the negative impact of the 50 billion rand on GDP as a result of the July unrest in KZN and Gauteng? The blame game currently being played between Minister Cele and the National Police Commissioner is not productive. Just as underspending of just over 1 billion rand was not productive because the police officers were not supplied with sufficient PPEs. Is this how much the minister care about the well-being of the force? Indien die minister besorg was oor die welstand van die manne en vroue in blou, sou daar voldoende oorsig en beplanning gewees het om die nodige aankope in tyd te doen, sonder om geld te mors. Indien die minister besorg was oor die welstand van openbare orde polisielede, sou daar brandbestrydingstoerusting in hul voertuie wees, om die petrolbomvlamme wat teen hul eie voertuie lek tydens protesaksies te blus. Indien die minister oor die welstand en veiligheid van burgers besorg was, sou hy toesien dat daar voldoende werkende voertuie by stasies beskikbaar is om die gemeenskap te dien. Sou hy toesien dat die moordsyfer onder 58 per dag daal. Sou hy toesien dat daar nie gedurende November vanjaar 17 plaasaanvalle was waar daar onder andere mense verkrag, vermoor, beseer en met pangas gekap was nie. Nee, voorsitter. Daar word eerder meer geld op beskerming van sogenaamde belangrike politici, belangrike persone en hooggeplaaste SLP-lede spandeer. En dan wil hy ons probeer ontwapen. Dit sal die dag wees. Die VF+ ondersteun nie hierdie begroting nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Shaik. Don't press, just stand to it, it will be okay. Yes.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me state up front that the African National Congress welcomes and supports the Budget Vote 28 of 2021. The main role of the South African Police Service is to ensure that all South Africans live in a secure, safe, and protected society. The South African Police Service is charged with the responsibility to make sure that violent crimes are reduced by 50% in a decade. Honourable Chair, the ANC is serious about gender-based violence and protecting vulnerable groups. That's why the fight against gender-based violence continues to be a priority for the South African Police Service. There is a need to ensure that the people viewed as the vulnerable groups in our society receive more protection. The budget vote will enhance the campaign by police on youth, children, and vulnerable groups. The budget vote will enhance police in their campaign of ensuring that people are safe this festive season. This budget vote will further enhance the Department of Police in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. The budget will assist in intensifying the work of Family Violence, Child Protection, and Sexual Offences Unit, which conduct investigations of the offences of this nature and further provide support to the victims in this regard. It is through the budget vote 28 that we shall make South Africa a safe place for all, and therefore, as the African National Congress, we support budget vote 28. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. I put vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I will inform that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. FF Plus, Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, a great concern in this department is, as in many others, is the underspending of funds without allowing fiscal dumping to take place. We need value for money spent. Ons het die pleidooi van boere in droogte getuisterde gebiede keer op keer voor die departement se voete kom lê, sonder om die nodige hulp te kry. Dit wil voorkom of die transformasieteikens wat gedryf word voorrang bo die oorlewing en voortbestaan van die boerderygemeenskappe in Suid-Afrika geniet. Prys die Here vir die welkome deurdringende reën wat ons oor groot dele van Suid-Afrika gekry het na afloop van hierdie verwirrende droogte en veldbrande. Chair, herds of pigs were culled by government after detecting African swine fever without providing any kind of compensation to the farmers. Livelihoods were destroyed and jobs were lost. Chair, we welcome the allocation towards biosecurity. Hopefully this will be to the benefit of all in future. Commercial agriculture creates jobs, Chair. The department must not neglect stimulating commercial farmers to create jobs and not only focus on the transformation of agriculture. Voorsitter, voedselsekerheid moet ten alle tye 'n prioriteit wees. Die Vryheidsfront Plus bedank ons boere wat ten spyte van al die uitdagings, die droogtes en brande steeds die spreekwoordelike hand uit die ploeg slaan en daagliks voortbeer vir oorlewing. Dankie vir die voorbeeld wat julle stel van geloof, vertroue en deursettingsvermoë. Ons kan nie hierdie begroting ondersteun. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. EFF, Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development's priority of eradicating poverty through the land reform program has resulted in more people with no access to sufficient food and nutrition. Chairperson, as the economic freedom fighters, we acknowledge that the ANC government, captured by white monopoly capital, has failed the majority of Black South Africans who are landless and poor. And as the EFF, we will never compromise on our radical policy of land expropriation without compensation. What is of concern further, Chairperson, is that the President Cyril Ramaphosa promised in 2020 in his SONA address the release of 700,000 pieces of land in the current financial year, which till date has not materialized. The conditions of farm workers under white farmers has not improved, and they are still being evicted and treated inhumanely. The Agriculture Research Council are no longer at the forefront of conducting research that can help solve the challenges of Black farmers. Assistance and support to Black farmers in terms of infrastructure and access to markets have failed under this department. Most small black-scale farmers experience challenges when it comes to accessing agricultural inputs. Farmers do not have access to good quality seeds, fertilizers, implements, and equipment. The large majority of Black South Africans will remain landless, and the food economy will remain dominated by the white minority. House Chairperson, as long as the ANC remains in government, corruption will continue to flourish. Therefore, the EFF reject the adjustment appropriation vote. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I don't know what Honorable Arnold talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
Is the only department.
You know what I'm talking about.
Very
Honorable Arnold. Sorry, Honorable Modise. Honorable Arnold, you can't be doing that. You are protected, Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. They don't want the truth. Honorable House Chair, vote 29 is critical for the creation of National Democratic Society and bringing its conclusion, the land question. The African National Congress land reform policy is about redressing the historical injustice and dispossession of Black majority. A vital opportunity to unlock growth and promote socio-economic transformation. Our commitment to South African citizens is to use land reform program to build the productive asset of our people. Unlock agricultural productivity, secure food security, and address persisting of reality of apartheid spatial separation. Honorable House Chair, we support this adjustment appropriation bill on 29 and take note that the department has spent about 92.4% of the total allocation for 2020-2021 financial year, has surrendered 1.3 billion to Treasury, of which we don't promote. We are concerned by the findings of the Auditor General about 44.5 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and 29.17 million said to be due to non-delivery of veterinary mobile clinic by service provider. We are further concerned about the 202.7 million in irregular expenditure due to non-compliance with supply chain management procedure. These continue to support emerging small and subsistence farmers is very critical towards the growth of agriculture productivity. The support, including preferential allocation of water rights and infrastructure provision to Black farmers. As the ANC, we support this vote because it's very important. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and FF Plus are noted. Thank you. I put vote 30, communication and digital technologies. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. DA, Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Mhlanga-phambili. Kulubhode kulusizi ukwabambe zakhe kwisebe lezonxibelelwano nobugcisa. Sasinethemba ukungena kwalo mphathiswa omtsha sisithi imele noko izinto mazitshintshe. Suke usisi wathabatha ibhunguza wabhula kwanto ephambi kwakhe. Wena wakhe wayibona, wena wakhe wabona abantwana bedlala umfama ayinatyala kudala izenzele. Ingachaphazela nje iiprojekthi zibe mbini malunga bekekileyo ezinkulu elisebe laziqalisayo. Eyoqhagamshelwano loMzantsi Afrika ekuthiwa ngamakhumsha ku-South Africa Connect, neyokufuduka kwi-analog isisa kwi-digital, athi amakhumsha i-digital migration. Xa singcambazisa isebe kwiintlanganiso zekomiti, kuyabonakala iingxaki zikhona. Zime emanzini kwaye inkala icingetyeni. Isigqibo sokuvumela i-post office ukuba ibe ngumjelo wokuhlawula kwezibonelelo ze-R350 iluhlazo nesanyeliso ozakwethu. Kwidolophu ezininzi eMpuma Koloni ndiyakholwa nakwezinye kulo lonke eli lomdibaniso ozakwethu balala iintsuku ngaphandle kwizakhiwo zaseposini belinde ukufumana izibonelelo zabo. Uninzi lujika lungazifumenanga lusalambile. Ngokwenjenje iposi nesebe loqhagamshelwano nobugcisa kumele babekwe ityala lokunyhasha amalungelo oluntu. Singumbutho we-Democratic Alliance asikwazi ukuluxhasa olu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali lweli sebe. Enkosi.
Enkosi. EFF, Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Not enough has been done by the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies to empower Black female-owned SMMEs in the telecommunication sector. Studies have shown that women have suffered more job losses than men during the pandemic. The pandemic has highlighted the available opportunities that exist in the ICT and technology sector, but the department has failed to capitalize on this. It is critically important that government and social partners strive harder to ensure that women are at the forefront of the reconstruction and recovery of the economy. Statistics show that South African women only makes up about 23% of the ICT sector workforce. The financial stability of the South African Post Office remains a concern. The department has also not done enough to ensure that the data costs in South Africa are reduced. We therefore cannot support the adjusted appropriation vote. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Matibe.
Ndikoliwa mudzula chidulo wandu. Chotoma ringasumbedza uri rine sadzangano la ANC rikotikedza budget vote 30 uri imbidziwe nahone ipase. Ringasumbedzisa apa uri rikochira kachipinga chine huna chanduko nji vukuma. Chipiḓa cha uri musi sa vhadzulapo ri kha ḓi ḓidzudzanyela uri ri sadzana na mafhungo a fourth industrial revolution hombo ḓivha u khou dzhena dwadze heḽi ḽa COVID-19. COVID-19 yo ri sumbedzisa uri zwithu a zwo ngo ima nga nḓila. Ri kha ḓivha na vhathu vhanzhi vhane vha kha ḓivha na vhusiwana vhuponi ha mahayani na dzi ḓorobo. Zwiṅwe zwe a kona u ri sumbedzisa zwone ndi zwa uri ri kha ḓivha na u vhonala hu tshi vha na u khethulula kha uri ri na vhathu vhane vha vha na access to fiber and 4G hu no ri vhaṅwe a vhana. Na vhoramabindu vhanzhi vhahulwane vhane vha kona u swikelela zwithu zwinzhi u fana na cloud based services na vhoramabindu vhaṱuku vhane vha khou konḓelwa uri vha swikelele hezwo. Ri na vhashumi vhane vha khou balelwa u swikelela zwithu zwinzhi zwine ro kona u zwi vhona nga tshifhinga. Hezwo zwithu zwoṱhe zwi itisa uri rine sa dzangano la ANC ri ṱanganedze u engedzedziwa nga maḓana mavhili a dzimiḽioni a allocation ine yo ṋekedzwa budget vote 30. Ri tenda kha uri i ḓo thusa kha uri i ite uri hu vhe na mishumo ya vhaswa, hu vhe na intervention ya broadband access fund ine ya ḓo kona u thusa. Hezwo zwithu zwoṱhe ri vha ri tshi khou itela uri zwi thusedze kha u swikelela inclusive information society nga ngomu kha vision yashu ya National Development Plan. Ri na project ya SA Connect ine ANC ri khou tenda uri ḓo kona u ita uri hu swikeleliwe kha zwipiḓa zwoṱhe zwa fhano Afrika Tshipembe. Nga haneyo maipfi dzangano la ANC liko supporta hii vote 30 ndiyaliwa mzulachi.
Thank you. Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and FF Plus are noted. I put vote 31, employment and labor. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, Honorable Apleni.
Thank you, Chair. Please forgive me for the video. The network is too bad. This department has dismally failed to execute its mandate. The recent unemployment stats paints a very frightening picture, a ticking time bomb that may explode anytime. South Africa's unemployment rate is at the highest in the world. The unemployment rate, which includes people who have stopped looking for work, rose to 44.4% in the second quarter. More frightening is the fact that the rate of unemployment among women is staggering at 44.7%, which is 8.1% higher than among their male counterparts. The situation is more catastrophic among the youth, with youth unemployment ranging at 74.8% for those aged between 15 and 24. But more worrying is that all the provisions, interventions like your EPW, assistant teachers program, and so forth, all of those are abused, mismanaged, and misused by the ANC politicians. And at times, they reserve such positions for the relatives of them, and even for certain factions, groups within the ruling party, and in some cases, girlfriends of councillors. Instead of using those, rotating those to the communities, making sure that they help in the poverty evaluation, they are being misused for the benefit of politicians. All of those are happening under the nose of this department. Chairperson, the EFF would like to put it clear that it does not support this bill, and we want to put it very clear that the minister in the Department of Labor, Minister Thulas Nxesi, has disappeared. He is missing in action. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. FF Plus, Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Minister Nxesi last week mentioned that the issue of unemployment is not an issue of a department, but the economy as a whole. He acknowledged that the economy was in ruins before the announcement of the pandemic. Whereafter a lot of jobs were lost. The minister emphasized that we would continue to lose jobs if the economy continues to deteriorate. That's common sense. South Africa currently has the highest expanded unemployment rate in the world, and you know it. Ten spyte hiervan, voorsitter, hou die regering vol met die huidige vernietigende arbeidswetgewing. Daar word eerder meer personeel by die departement arbeid aangestel as pogings wat aangewend word om dit makliker vir werkgewers te maak om personeel op meriete eerder as hul veldkleur aan te stel. Government focuses on implementing more harsh BEE legislation rather than creating an environment that stimulates healthy economical growth. Government takes food off the tables of millions of South Africans in the name of transformation. People go hungry to bed on a daily basis, Chair, in the name of COVID regulations. Kinders kyk met honger oë toe, terwyl die regering met wetgewing dit onmoontlik maak dat ouers in diens geneem kan word, want hulle is te bruin of te wit. Skaam jou, minister. Volgens Netwerk 24 het selfs die internasionale monetaire fonds verlede week Woensdag in sy verslag sy wange vir die regering gebol. Die IMF het onder andere streng aanbeveel dat maatskappye meer mag moet kry in loononderhandelinge, aangesien die land drasties sy arbeidsmag moet uitbrei. As firmas met vertroue gehad het, sou hulle werknemers kon bekostig, voorsitter. The world is not oblivious to what's going on in South Africa, Chair. The ANC is the so-called wolf in sheep's clothing, and the world is noticing. We cannot support this vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I think let me first indicate that Minister Nxesi is not missing in action. Actually, he has never missed any committee meeting when we invite the department. He is always there together with his deputy minister. In fact, the member was saying he's missing in action. He's the one actually who misses most of the committee meetings. And when he attends, he always keep quiet. It has been a difficult 2 years in which over 90,000 of our fellow citizens have succumbed to COVID-19. Thankfully, the overwhelming majority of those infected recovered. Pandemic and lockdowns resulted in massive disruptions to economic activity and livelihood, which adversely impacted government revenue.
Honorable Khai. Honorable Mokause,
What point of order?
Order, members. Order. Honorable Mokause, Honorable Dodovu, Honorable Aplain, all of you are not recognized.
Point of order, Chairperson. I'm raising a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Thank you very much. Mr. Khai must not mislead this house. And he knows very well.
That's what the point of order, that's it.
Honorable Aplain. Honorable Aplain. Order, members. Honorable Aplain. You can't be abusing the point of order by debating with Honorable Khai. That is not a point of order. Can you allow Honorable Khai to do his declaration? Continue, Honorable Khai.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Actually, the records are there. You can check those records. The allocation to the Department of Employment and Labor was reduced by 339 million, resulting in a final appropriation of 3.3 billion for 2020-2021.
Honorable Khai, Honorable Mokause, what's the point of order? Honorable Mokause.
We can't be bullied by ANC people here. When a member
what is the
point of order? What is the point of order?
Just listen to how they howled me. Why are you
distracting the speed of the floor?
Just listen to the
point what you did in Northwest Dodovu.
Honorable Mokause, what is the point of order?
I rose on a point of order. The speaker cannot address directly Honorable Apleni. He must speak to the declaration. And Honorable Dodovu failed in the Northwest Province. Now he comes and
no, that is not a point of order.
Please,
leave the Dodovu matter. Honorable
don't play the bomb. Don't play the man. Play the ball.
No, you
can the table assist to have Honorable Mokause, Honorable Dodovu? They're just going to be allowed to vote, but not to be disruptive and mute those mic and allow Honorable Khai to do it declaration.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. The allocation of the Department of Employment and Labor was reduced by 339 million, resulting in a final appropriation of 3.3 billion for 2020-2021. The performance of Department of Employment and Labor against targets for 2021 stand was just over 50% compared to nearly 90% in the previous year. We commend the department and the majority of its entities for receiving unqualified reports from the Auditor General for the previous financial year. We remain concerned about the challenges facing the compensation fund, which receive a disclaimer. We call on the department to improve the governance of the compensation fund and UIF to attain clean audits. As we know, the occupational health and safety inspectors help to craft and enforce compliance with the COVID-19 OHS directions. We welcome the appointment of 500 occupational health and safety inspectors. We also acknowledge the impact of COVID-19 tests benefit, which started paying out from April 2020 and reached over 5 million workers across the country. NEDLAC facilitated input by the social partners into government's economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by President in October 2020. NEDLAC, we are concerned about the funding allocated to the CCMA, which has recorded an unprecedented number of referrals of Section 189A, which deals with retrenchment matters. The processes facilitated by CCMA in 2020-2021 resulted in 42% of notified at-risk jobs being saved, about 58,000 jobs. The unemployment situation in our country, especially for youth, remains a crisis at crisis level. Hence, we welcome the hugely successful intervention such as the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative. In the first half of 2021,
as you conclude
employment, the allocation of additional 20 million to provide internship to 250 graduates and 238 million allocated to Presidential Public Employment Scheme will bring relief to many families around the country. The NC support budget vote 31, Honorable House Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and FF Plus are noted. I put vote 32, Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, it's Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Corruption in the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries and entities under the Minister's management is continuing. The country is bleeding of corruption and the poor is suffering under the government. Taxpayers' money under the minister's watch is not spent in a responsible manner. Supply chain management irregularities is a common trend in the department. ESCOM and SASL remain two of the biggest polluters in the country. Under the department, communities staying in and around forests and natural resources are not benefiting at all. Small-scale fishers that are in need of environmental justice are not enjoying the benefits of South Africa's resources. The minister's failure to oversee the resources of South Africa effectively and responsibly will forever go down in the history books of the country. Therefore, the EFF cannot support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC, Honorable Modise.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Deputy House Chair.
Honorable Modise, the masks for the sign language.
Oh, sorry. Fish. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The purpose of the vote 32 for forestry, fishery, and environment is to lead South African environmental, forestry, and fishery sector to achieve sustainable development towards a better life for all. Honorable House Chair, the importance of this vote is not only to promote protection and conservation of health environment, but also a critical contribution to make towards the economic development and creation of jobs. This vote contributes toward the alleviation of unemployment, poverty, and inequality through its environmental program. Through this expanded public works program, the vote targeted to create about 66,432 jobs opportunity in this current financial year. And already about 20,349 had been created in the first half of the financial year. With the additional of about 258 million, the vote will see the creation of job opportunity through EPWP as part of the presidential youth employment intervention. An adjusted appropriation will see an increase of about 135,297 million for environmental protection and infrastructure program. This is important allocation as spending on infrastructure has a potential to create job opportunity. Honorable House Chair, as the ANC, we are much concerned about slow program and unfunded of fishery management branch. In this adjustment budget, the vote will receive an adjusted increase of about 86,775 million, and increase is welcomed. Biodiversity and conservation receive as an adjusted increase of about 22,616 million, and 60 million is allocated to the traditional authority in Limpopo and Eastern Cape.
As you conclude.
This vote, in conclusion, we already deep concern about 62% target achieved by the Department of Forestry, Fishery, Environment, and we call upon the department to ensure that to meet its set target. The ANC support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't think it's the mask that prevented the sign language.
Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and FF Plus are noted. I put vote 33, human settlement. I've been informed that the following party would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. EFF, it's Honorable Zandamela. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair?
Yes.
Oh, yes. No, thanks, House Chair. House Chair, the beneficiaries of human settlement, with barely 2 years in their houses, the government has provided to them. Some of those houses are already riddled with cracks and leaks. The painful reality is that the poorest of the poor are the ones who bear the brunt of incompetence and lack of ethics. The poor workmanship, incompetence, and lack of ethics is the combination of the factors that contribute towards providing the poor with substandard houses. There have been cases where contractors are lacking competence and the tasks that will deliver houses, and there's been cases where NBRC inspectors compromised their professional ethics and allowed poor workmanship to go unnoticed and unpunished. Underlying this was the fact that the victims of this injustice are mostly the invisible, whose voices hardly find expression in mainstream media and other news avenues. We are cognizant of the fact that to successfully infuse competence and ethics in the delivery of human settlement will take time and will require intense oversight by the department and Parliament oversight. House Chair, there is a serious demand and plea from communities to make land available with service stands where people who can afford will build for themselves, not these one-room RDP houses that are being provided by the ruling party. But our people will not realize that dream because friends and comrades of the ministers and MECs are the ones being awarded tenders to build RDP houses, and service stands is not yet an option in the ANC-led government. The department once said it will go into private partnership with all owners of private-owned land, and yet we don't get the report where, when, and what is the progress in that program. The EFF rejects this vote. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. DA Honorable Sileku.
Nkosi Baba.
Nkosi Baba.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, I have to agree with my counterpart in the NA that the new minister, I will have to commend her for her efforts in working towards stabilizing the department. It is, however, unfortunate that the previous minister focused more on her presidential ambitions instead of putting South Africans first. An additional amount of 7.7 million is allocated for higher salary increases than was provided for in the main budget. One need to ask, how do these increases keep in line with the government's ceiling of compensation of employees? She appointed cadres with huge salaries as National Rapid Response Task Teams, which turned out to be non-responsive task teams. The deployment of cadres by the previous minister will take years to be fixed. These National Rapid Response Task Teams were more focused on pleasing the previous minister's political ambitions instead of contributing to the performance of the department. A few weeks ago, Honorable House Chair, we heard of many blocked housing projects in mostly ANC-led provinces. The department continues to miss its targets and the beneficiaries continue to be frustrated. Contractors continue to be paid for non-delivery to the detriment of beneficiaries who have been on the waiting list for years. The department must get the basics right and work towards meeting their annual targets. We owe it to the beneficiaries to fast-track the delivery of houses. Honorable Chair, terwyl baie anti-staras nog in informele areas bly, baie dankie, Nkosi, I thank you, Baba.
Thank you, Honorable Mkiva. Honorable Mtetwa, sorry, Honorable Mkiva. The staff, can you assist and unmute Honorable Totovu as is doing declaration for ANC? Honorable Totovu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session. I'm happy that you decided to unmute me. I'm going to beg for your indulgence because where I am, it is raining and I'm going to address this meeting without putting up the video. And I'm sorry for that. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC, I rise on behalf of the ANC to support vote number 33. The ANC support this vote because we are clear and consistent in terms of how we must ensure the provision of sustainable, integrated human settlement that encourages socio-economic opportunities and eradicates inequalities of the past that were instigated by the apartheid regime, disadvantaging the majority, especially the Black people of our country. Recently, during the local government elections, as we were interacting with our people, it was evident that the demand of housing is growing at a rapid pace. Honorable Chairperson, the department is committed in providing secure housing for the people of South Africa through its entities. The challenges inflicted by COVID-19 resulted in much work being paused or stopped. As a result, there's been some delays in many respects, and these need to be attended to. As our president has indicated, the department is also trying to decrease the spread of the virus itself, and we are committed in terms of making sure that we achieve that. In the same breath, the department, through the new leadership of Minister Kensani Kubai, is in the process of preparing a report on plans to unblock all the projects in our provinces per district and per municipality, and this is very, very encouraging. The human settlement upgrading of informal settlement program is one of the crucial programs of the department that will navigate the transformation of inequality and deprivation in our societies. The usage of human settlement development grant and the urban settlement development grant, as well as the Title Deeds restoration grant, is very much important in ensuring that we achieve those particular objectives. Lastly, as we support this vote, Honorable Chairperson, we implore the department to ensure that rollovers for such crucial programs as I highlighted should not happen. The grants must be used to provide housing for our people. Housing is a security need, and provinces through the department must use all the funds provided within the financial year for progress on the informal settlements, which are targeted for upgrading during the medium-term strategic framework period. And as the ANC, as I indicated, we support the budget vote, Honorable Chairperson of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you are back to be muted, and you will be allowed when you are supposed to speak. Let him be muted again. Thank you. Is there any call for a division? The vote is agreed to. The objection of the DA, EFF, and FF Plus are noted. I put vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. Honorable Arnott will be the first one, as I called Honorable Mama to take over. Honorable Mama.
Honorable Arnold, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. South Africa is faced with an economic crisis, a record high unemployment, spiraling debt, and a low GDP rate. Minister Gwedi Mantashe, who is responsible for the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, has failed to rebuild an effective and efficient department. Instead, he favors big business at the expense of our environment. Minister Gwedi Mantashe has run South Africa's energy system into the ground. The Department of Mineral Resources and Energy has not delivered on their mandate to ensure energy security in the country. There is not much improvement in the participation of historically disadvantaged South Africans in the mining sector and the transformation thereof. The department's procurement processes under the minister continue to be plagued by corruption scandals. The department's promise in 2009 of installing 1 million solar water heaters in households over 5 years is still a disaster in 2021. The department wasted millions on the storage costs for solar water geysers that are not installed. Deputy Chairperson, the minister's failure to also review the high petrol prices is a sign of his incompetency. We therefore reject this budget vote. Thank you.
Honorable Bibi, you will be the next.
Thank you very much to the teacher. And the ANC supports. Thank you very much.
Can we be assisted with the mic? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The ANC supports the adjustment appropriation bill and vote 34 on the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Under the current COVID-19 pandemic conditions, the department has faced numerous challenges as the leader in the transformation of South Africa through economic growth and sustainable development in the mining and energy sectors. That is partly the reason why the development in the mining of energy sectors achieved 43 of the 70 targets during the financial year ended 31st March 2021. Thereby suggesting that the department performed below the National Treasury benchmark of 80% for the National Department. Of course, this does not imply that we should undervalue the importance of the department of transforming the mining sector to ensure mineral beneficiation, as well as the energy sector to ensure the energy is available at affordable prices for the growth of the economy and sustainable and creating of jobs. For the financial year ended 31st March 2021, the department was initially allocated a budget of 9.3 billion. However, the department's process of redirecting existing baseline across departments to implement designated action to limit the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as prioritize funding of the South African Airways Rescue Plan. And the budget reductions on compensation of employees, as announced by the Minister of Finance, resulted in the department adjustment budget of 7.5 billion for the financial year ended 31st March 2021. While strategic programs were tied up to the initial allocation budget, the department had to align its service delivery mandate with the adjustment budget. Hence, the department had variaments totaling to 64.7 million between programs and experienced financial shortage and surplus. I'm sure Honorable Arnold will conclude. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the department must expedite the filling of vacant posts as well as key projects as a matter of urgency. So the ANC believes that the department is more than capacitated to turn things around and regards the vacant posts and incomplete projects, and thus to support the adjustment appropriation bill and vote 34 submitted to the House. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In the absence of a call for a division, the vote is agreed to, and the objections of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. We shall now put vote 35, Science and Innovation. And we have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. Each declaration is 3 minutes. Honorable Arnolds of the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy House Chairperson. The South African Science, Technology and Innovation Indicators 2020 report reveals that the current state of science, technology and innovation in the country is less than ideal. South Africa's science, technology and innovation performance has declined in recent years, including graduate employment numbers, innovation performance, and the total value grants awarded by the National Research Foundation. Financing of the national system of innovation continues to be a challenge. Budget cuts and underfunding for years had a negative impact on the department to effectively implement their mandate of research and development. A lack of resources and investment in research and development has put the country backwards to develop its own capacity to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. The department's strategic plan has failed to expand and to transform human development capacity for the utilization of economic and social development. The lack of increased investment in science, technology, and innovations will negatively impact the well-being of all South Africans. Therefore, the EFF cannot accept this budget vote.
Thank you, Honorable Arnold. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Department of Science and Innovation carries a mandate which is a key enabler of socio-economic development. The ANC policy position on science and technology is anchored on how they create a better society and better world. Our science should serve humanity for social progression. The adjustment appropriation has resulted in numerous shifts to respond to the demands of the sector. The Department of Science and Innovation has been in the center of the response to the global pandemic. The recently identified variant by South African scientists called Omicron is one amongst the highlight of our national scientific capabilities. The National Research Foundation made refinements to the Square Kilometer Array projects, which is critical global scientific project, which place the country in the cutting edge of the science. The other requirement is to support the network for genomic surveillance and NRA technology transfer hub, which is also another cutting edge research innovation, which promise to bring innovation in vaccine development, which can improve the health system and health treatment broadly. Sorry, Mama. The study of genetic enables better innovation in responding to different diseases. What is of concern for the ANC is the fact that a number of programs have been affected by this shift. This display weaknesses in planning as the shift means less funds for budget innovation project research and innovation infrastructure development projects. That's improving our well-being. The impact of the pandemic has broadly had a negative impact on the department's allocation due to the previous financial year adjustment to respond to the global pandemic. We welcome the allocation of Presidential Youth Employment Intervention to the Umgeni Conservation Trust for the Environmental Champions Program, the allocation for the Water Research Commission graduates programs, and lastly, the experiential training for the Council of Scientific Industrial Research. This will positively contribute in developing the requirement skills in the different fields. The African National Congress supports this adjustment appropriation and will call on the department to ensure that future planning responds to the impact of the adjustment on the other programs. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. Thank you. In the absence of a call for a division, the vote is agreed to, and the objections of the DA, the EFF, and the Freedom Front Plus are noted. We now put vote 36, small business development. And we have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, EFF, Honorable Matibula.
Nakensa Mutamashtul. Chairperson, the Department of Small Business is supposed to be in a center of transforming the economy through integrated and effective enterprise development through and entrepreneurship. The recent disruption of COVID-19 and the looting have impacted a number of SMMEs, which led to the closure of many small business and cooperative, with many to never reopen again. Despite the challenges faced, this department has failed to assist small business in the past few years in terms of access of finances, as the markets still remain a critical challenge for the department. There has been a failure of conducting analysis to capture the number of small business and cooperatives which are operating in our country. Your department minister has failed to provide the statistics on how many small businesses have been affected by the looting and destruction and how they will be assisted. In Gauteng province, the minister has failed to distribute 100 million rebuilding fund which was meant to assist small business as it only allocated 2 million. One can but only help and wonder where the rest of the money is, whether it's still there or it has been looted. Your department continue to fail to assist small business, and therefore we as the EFF reject this bill. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matibula. Honorable Mushodi.
Chairperson, it's me, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Is it you? I'm sorry, Honorable Muimang, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Allow me on behalf of the ANC to rise in support of budget vote number 36, because it addresses key areas around expanding employment and entrepreneurial opportunities on the back of a growing, more inclusive economy, which is our NDP strategic goals. As Deputy Chair, the naysayers will claim that the COVID-19 pandemic has put paid to these goals, but concretely evidence suggests that indeed there are also potential once-in-a-life opportunity that is opened up to be able to drive our programmatic areas articulated in the NDP. South Africa is a more diversified economy consisting of dynamic products and greater depth and breadth of domestic linkages. Secondly, Chair, we support the vote because it implements what the President has said on small business, which is, among others, to ensure that we increase export focusing on, among others, construction, medical manufacturing, agriculture, and agro-processing. 2, to ensure that we reduce costs of regulatory compliance. 3, to ensure that we create a larger, more effective, innovative system closely aligned with firms that operate in sectors consistent with the growth strategy. 4th, to ensure that we support for small business through better coordination of relevant agencies, development, finance institutions, and public and private incubators. And more so to ensure that there is a commitment to public and private procurement approaches that stimulates domestic industry and job creation for this sector. At this juncture, South Africa needs an injection of investment within the framework of the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, and we believe that this department is on the road to do that. Honorable Deputy Chair, when the budget of the Department of Small Business for 2021-22 financial was tabled earlier this year, 90.6% or 2.3 billion of it were transfers and subsidies to the entities CIFA and SIDA. An additional 95.9 million is allocated to the vote in the adjustment appropriation bill to enable the department to provide financial support to business affected by the pandemic, as well as those affected by the July unrest. We know that the DA has been lamenting the implementation of the national lockdowns. Well, unfortunately, even the UK and US neurological bedfellows have realized that COVID is still around despite the high vaccination rates. We therefore call on every one of us here to join the fight and encourage our constituency to vaccinate and observe all the necessary protective measures. The ANC support the budget vote number 36. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moiman. In the absence of a call for any division, the vote is agreed to. The objections of the DA, EFF, and the Freedom Fund Plus are noted, and I now put vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. We have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and we call on Honorable Lutuli of the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson, and my apologies again about my video being off. Chairperson, the Department of Sports, thank you. Chairperson, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is not in touch with our youth and our rural people, especially in rural areas. We cannot shy away from the fact that this department is failing dismally to empower our Black children at an early age. Our rural areas and schools have no facilities to be used in training our young boys and girls. Those few that we have are not even as state and are not with the funding. Only the favorite few are getting assistance from this department. Just last month, Chairperson, we embarked on 2021 local government election, but till now, our people are not allowed to go to stadium to enjoy their favorite sports and to have concerts as the regulations don't allow them. This affects negatively as they can only make a living. They can't make a living due to this restriction. Therefore, EFF rejects this.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. The ANC, Honorable Gillian.
Thank you, Chairperson. The arts and culture sector is a critical sector in the socialization of a country. Culture and heritage are an integral part of the identity and history of our country. Through supporting the arts and culture, we contribute to nation building, to espouse the values and principles of the Constitution. The creativity and talents of our people in sports and the arts should be supported, as it is also a source of income. This year's adjustment appropriation bill made an allocation to the sports, arts and culture appropriation to support the presidential youth employment intervention, which provided support for the heritage program, focusing on the District 6 Museum, the South African Hip Hop Music, and the Pansy Museum Trust. This is a critical area which requires youth to be trained in heritage management. The importance of museums in society is important to conserve our history and preserve the heritage of our social evolution. The pandemic has also brought to the front the precarious nature of the sports, arts and culture sector. The economic structure of this sector requires numerous support mechanisms to enable sustainability. The rise in the use of digital technology should be seen as an opportunity to leverage its capabilities to enable artists to adapt different conditions. We are concerned that the department was not able to spend its full allocation from the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, resulting into a rollover of 31.7 million rand, which should have had an impact in the previous financial year in supporting the sports sector to adapt in the COVID-19 conditions by ensuring monitoring compliance of COVID regulations. Underspending should not exist, particularly when our national fiscal position is constrained and triple challenges still persisting. The African National Congress support this adjustment appropriation bill, which largely reflects the role the president is playing in addressing the severe levels of unemployment. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian. In the absence of a call for a division, the vote is agreed to and the objections of DA, EFF and Freedom Front Plus are noted. We now put vote 38, tourism, and we have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 63, and we call on Honorable S. Boshoff of the DA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. It is absolutely mind-boggling that this government preaches what South Africans really would like to hear, but does not practice what it preaches. We have seen a once thriving entity, namely tourism, which has always been one of the main drivers of boosting the economy and the creation of jobs, melt like molten lava. To date, Honourable Deputy Chair, the Select Committee has not set eyes on the new Minister, Honourable Sisulu, which is an absolute disgrace. as my colleagues and I would have liked to have an honest engagement with her to understand how she and her department will reinvigorate tourism in South Africa. We all know that tourism can still contribute to economic recovery and job creation if a transparent reform plan where everyone who suffered under the ludicrous lockdown restrictions are entitled to receive equitable assistance to reopen their businesses and not only a select few. The question today, which I would like to pose to our lost in action minister is, what are your plans and what have you instituted to ensure that the tourism sector is once again the main contributor to growing the economy and remains one of the big creators of much needed jobs? I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Next will be Honorable Brenda Matebula of the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, in the recent years, this department has been preaching about how they want to accelerate transformation and transform the sector by providing support of rural and township enterprises. Yet, this department has failed to implement programs and initiatives that support and open up opportunities for women, youth, and people living with disabilities who want to participate in this sector. We have seen how it resists transformation and participation of women in a high-level position in the tourism sector. With the development of rural tourism existing on paper only, for we have not seen any tangible development with regard to infrastructure in the rural areas, villages, and townships. Most of our heritage museums are not well developed, as the department say it doesn't have enough resources to develop township, rural and township tourism. This department said it's implementing 30 community-based tourism projects across the country, yet it does not indicate where those projects are. As the EFF, we reject this budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Next will be Honorable Khai of the African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. The tourism sector continues to bear the brunt of the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, the sector saw over 70% decrease in tourist arrivals. This year, numbers were starting to pick up as the vaccination rollout program started to gain momentum. However, the discovery of the Omicron variant by our scientists has caused unwarranted discrimination against South Africa and other sister countries in the Southern African region by countries such as United Kingdom and United States, among others. We support the call made by ambassadors from Southern African Development Community, which urges for the travel ban to be lifted as the restrictions are unfair and negatively stigmatize the African continent. Through their efforts and those of His Excellency President Ramaphosa and Minister Sisulu, progress has been made. Some countries such as Germany and France are starting to remove South Africa from their red lists. The United Kingdom announced yesterday that it will also lift the ban. Honorable members, the consequence of these bans are dire on the economy and livelihoods of our people. According to the National Accommodation Association of South Africa, about 90% of small lodges and guest houses are said to be struggling to stay open and may soon have to shut their doors due to the number of booking cancellations. Government has made a commitment to ensure that livelihoods are restored and the tourism sector recovers and is more resilient. Key to this objective is the strengthening of regional and domestic tourism. The additional allocation of 108 million rands to budget vote 38 as part of the presidential youth employment intervention will assist the tourism sector to restore the many lost jobs, particularly for our youth. We also welcome that of this amount, 90 million rand will be set aside for the maintenance of infrastructure and the beautification of 40 provincial state-owned attraction sites. And 18 million rands will be directed to enhancing tourism safety. Our people look up to tourism sector for the creation of mass employment for the many people, youth in particular, who roam around the streets in search for opportunities to better their life. The African National Congress support budget vote 38. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. In the absence of a call for a division, this vote is agreed to, and the objections of DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. We now put vote 39, trade, industry, and competition, and we have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and we now call on EFF, Honorable Brenda Matebula.
Nakensa Chairperson. Chairperson, the Department of Trade and Industry has the most important role in terms of promoting industrial development and creating employment opportunities. Chairperson, this department has no clear practical plans in place for the expansion of industrial economy with the generating of decent and paying jobs for our people. This department has placed no rational plan in place to show how jobs will be created in this COVID-19 climate, and also caution the blow caused by looting which took place in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, which destroyed the little manufacturing employment opportunities that remain hanging. As we speak today, there is no manufacturing to talk about in those areas. Factories that used to produce goods are now ghost town, and the department has no plan to assist those factories. This department often reports on the number of jobs they've created, yet the reality is that too little attempt is made in creating employment as our unemployment rate increases with every quarter. Minister, your department promised job creation through the establishing CZ and industrial parks through attracting investment. Yet, how do you attract investors in a phase of so many challenges such as lack of infrastructure, electricity, access of water and railroad in areas such as Nkwankwa in Mopani, Limpopo, Musina, Makado, in Vembe, Seshego, Capricorn region in Limpopo. In the province such as KwaZulu-Natal, the vast economic are still divided across racial lines on the food chain. Your department continues with some imaginary industrial strategy that only you understand, which are yet to see. As the EFF, we reject this budget vote. Thank you very much, Chair.
We will now call on the Honorable Dangor of the African National Congress.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The combined impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the public unrest in July 2021 has dealt a blow to South Africa's economy. Apart from the health risks that citizens are faced with during the pandemic, limited economic activity over this period has resulted in job losses and higher levels of poverty. The MTBS for 2021 was stable as South Africa looked like it had emerged from the shadows of COVID-19. Three societal maladies of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. However, there remains a source of concern, and this has been exacerbated by long-term impacts of COVID-19 outbreak and its related lockdown, which have resulted in reduced economic activity. In 2020, President Ramaphosa presented the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which aimed at stimulating equitable and inclusive growth emerging from the pandemic, emphasizing the importance of effecting structural change in the economy that would unlock growth and allow for development and essentially forge a new economy in a new global reality, while keeping fiscal consolidation on course to narrow the deficit and stabilize public debt, with the purpose of achieving a primary budget surplus by the year 2014-2025, and thereby ending the fiscal consolidation policy. At the center of our economic recovery is an aggressive infrastructure-led investment program, and as a consequence, placing the DTIC as a critical department to drive our infrastructure and industrialization program. We therefore believe that more resources should be allocated to give practical expression to large-scale infrastructure programs, which we believe will boost the aggregate demand and assist in reviving the reconstruction industry and contribute to the employment creation. We welcome the adjustment of 800 million as part of the Presidential Employment Intervention to the Industrial Development Corporation's Social Employment Fund to support the creation of employment through the community-based economic activities. We further applaud the reprioritization of funds to the Industrial Financing Program and the Manufacturing and the Development Initiative. Deputy Chairperson, we believe that these interventions will contribute the ANC government's vision of an adaptive and restructured economy characterized by accelerated economic growth, employment,
as you conclude, Honorable Member,
and greater equity. As I conclude, the ANC supports this particular vote. Thank you very much, Chairperson. But just on a lighter note, Chairperson, in order to have effective efficiency and economy, maybe you should just refer to the opposition instead of saying this one, and this one. Thank you.
In the absence of a call for a division, the vote is agreed to, and we note the objections of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus, and we shall now put vote 40, transport. And we have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and we call on Honorable Brataset of the D.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members. Hello, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable members, there is a clear hierarchy of courts in South Africa, which is particularly relevant to this vote. We have the Magistrates Courts, the High Courts, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Apex Court, the Constitutional Court. What is the relevance of courts in the transport vote declaration, I hear you say? Well, we have however learnt in South Africa that there is a higher law than all of these courts, and that is, of course, the taxi associations. How else would one explain the recent decision by Minister Razmataz to gift every single taxi operator in South Africa a nice gift of 5,000 Rand at a whopping cost of 1.135 billion to the fiscus? All of this whilst PRASA staggers from one crisis to another, while metro rails lie in tatters, and while law-abiding citizens struggle to renew their licenses. In addition, this department has tried to sneak an unconstitutional, xenophobic, treaty-smashing, and completely impractical regulation to effectively ban foreign drivers from working in South Africa. It is clear that this department is terrified of the taxi industry and the criminal elements in the trucking industry who would hold the country's economy to ransom. That can be the only reason why the department either ignores trucks blocking and burning arterial routes in our country or acts on these issues with the lethargy of a slug. Another glaring issue at hand is the head in the sand approach to criminal elements present in the so-called business forums pitching up on SANROL sites and demanding 30% of the contract value and threatening violence and death if their demands are not met. Despite numerous calls from the DA for an interdepartmental task force to infiltrate and break these syndicates, nothing has been done to date. And all the while, the roads deteriorate, the potholes become craters, rail infrastructure is stolen, and deaths escalate. For these reasons, and frankly, many others that are too difficult to cover in the time allocated, the DA cannot support this adjustment vote. I thank you.
Sounded so poetic. Thank you, Honorable Brotherson. Can we then now have Honorable Plenary of the EFF?
Chair, we will not be making any declaration.
Thank you. Then we move on, Honorable Moimang.
Thank you.
The African National Congress.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The ANC supports the adjustment appropriation bill and vote 40 on transport. Honorable Deputy Chair, the department has nationally and in all provinces operated under difficult circumstances in the past year due to the COVID-19 pandemic and its negative impact on the sector. This sector has commenced making a slow recovery initially with road and ports, then rail, and lastly, aviation. No single mode of transport has fully recovered, and many entities which were financially viable and self-sustaining have been negatively affected and are still recovering. A number of issues must be highlighted, Deputy Chair. In terms of the department's appropriation and spending, as it requires striving for constant improvement in all three spheres of government to achieve its mandate. The improvement of and development of an integrated public transport system, which is affordable, remains a critical priority. 2, transport has, under difficult circumstances, implemented its programs and achieved the bulk of its performance targets of some 91%, with 9% not being achieved. The department utilized 99.5% of its budget of 64 billion. There was underspending of 324 million. However, it has, like many other departments, been characterized by high level of vacancies, or 22% of vacancies, which compromises capability to deliver on its mandate. This is not ideal under current economic conditions of low economic growth and high employment. All modes of transport are critical to the efficient functioning and development of the economy. And therefore, no modern economy such as South Africa can grow and develop without an integrated transport network. The movement of people, goods, freight, and services is dependent on the transport infrastructure. Therefore, the development of ports, roads, rail is a critical part of the infrastructure development as articulated in our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The development and expansion of transport infrastructure in urban and rural areas is also critical to the implementation of the district development model to enhance local economic development. Therefore, it is imperative, Deputy Chair, that the department fill all its vacant posts with skilled and capable staff dealing the important transport infrastructure development project, which is commencing as part and parcel of the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. In future, the department at all three levels need to align their APPs and KPAs with actual delivery on the ground in the various modes of transport. Therefore, public transport, which is the main mode that serves the working class and the poor communities' lives, must to be improved. In other words, the distinction needs to be drawn in terms of consumption and capital expenditure.
Yes, you conclude, Honorable Moimang.
Therefore, as I conclude, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, infrastructure development is an economic necessity and must be prioritized, and the ANC support budget vote number 40. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. In the absence of any call for divisions, the vote is agreed to, and the objections of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. Unfortunately, Honorable Dangor, we cannot do what you have proposed. We must continue the way we've been continuing. And we will now put vote 41, water and sanitation. We have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and we will now call on Honorable Zandamela of the EFF. Zandamela.
Okay, may you pass to another party and then call Zandamela afterwards? He's struggling to log on.
Honorable Zandamela, if he's not available, he have then forfeit his opportunity.
Why is he forfeiting the opportunity? Why is he forfeiting
his opportunity?
Why?
We have been doing that since, Chair.
Honorable Mjadu, do you still want to make a declaration? So the vote is thus agreed to, and the objections of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus are noted. Honorable delegates, I will now put the schedule. Are there any objections? Any objections? No objections. I note that there was objections earlier of the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front Plus. It is noted, and the schedule is thus agreed to. Should I do this? I will now call on the Honorable Mahlangu, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriations, to present the committee report on the Adjustment Appropriations Bill.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Chairperson, House Chairperson, the Chief Whip of the House of the NSOP, honorable members, permanent and special delegates, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. It has been a long day, but it's worth all the compromises. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, once more is my honor and privilege to table before this House a report on the Adjustment Appropriation Bill B20 of 2021 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. Chairperson, I'm happy to report to this House that the committee has anonymously adopted this bill without amendments, while the DA, EFF, and Freedom Front reserved their rights to adopt the bill. Chairperson, the Minister of Finance tabled this medium-term policy statement together with the Adjustment Appropriation Bill in Parliament on the 11th of November 2021. The bill was tabled in terms of Section 12, subsection 4 of the Money Bills and Related Matters number 9 of 2009. The Act requires subsequently, the bill was referred to the National Council of Provinces and to the Committee for Concurrence on the 10th of December 2021. Honorable Chairperson, in order to facilitate effective public participation in line with Section 72 of the Constitution, the committee published an advert in 11 official languages, and written submissions were received from Congress of the South African Trade Unions, People's Budget Coalition, and POPCRU. In accordance with Section 214, subsection 2 of the Constitution and Section 10, subsection 4 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act number 97 of 1997, the committee consulted with the FFC, SALGA, and PBO. While processing this bill, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, the committee has made some observations and recommendations. The National Treasury should ensure that any movement of funds, is done according to the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations. However, the committee does not support any movement of funds emanating from poor planning and performance by government departments. Hope our point is clear here. The National Treasury should approve the rollover amount of 2.8 billion in line with the Public Finance Management Act and the Treasury regulations for projects that have already been committed or nearing completion. Underline that. However, the committee does not support rollovers due to poor project management, planning, and execution. The National Treasury and Department of Social Development should consider extending the 350 social relief of distress grant beyond March 2022, depending on COVID-19 impact and economic recovery plan. It will all depend on what we've identified as conditions we will be finding ourselves in. The Department of Public Service and Administration should fast-track the finalization of the detailed public sector remuneration strategy, which will provide a blueprint for a sustainable approach to managing the public sector wage bill into the future. The committee agreed with COSATU's proposal that a clear and realistic plan to ensure all schools had access to decent water and sanitation must be tabled by the Department of Basic Education in Parliament by the end of 2022. The committee is of the view that relevant sector committees should follow up on these matters. Those committees will be in contact with our committee. The committee, Appropriations Committee, agreed with COSATU's recommendation that government should implement a 25% package cut for members of the cabinet, provincial, executive and mayoral committee, as well as executive management in the statement entities, SOEs and metros. So the recommendation from COSATU was saying it needs to be given a consideration.
Is COSATU still alive?
The committee agreed with COSATU's recommendation that there is a need for government to open the ministerial handbook for public scrutiny to ensure that the exorbitant packs for the executive were reduced and a more modest regime adopted. The committee noted COSATU's recommendation that government should reverse budget cuts to key programs that will affect its ability to implement industrial, manufacturing, and export programs to improve economic growth. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, and the House, the committee agreed with COSATU's view that government should respect collective bargaining in the public service entities, state-owned entities, and local government, and engage with the relevant bargaining councils and or fora on matters of collective bargaining, including the wage bill and signed wage agreements. They need to be respected. The committee agreed with COSATU's recommendation that government should work with organized labor to establish a single collective bargaining and wage regime for the entire state, including the SOEs. The committee agreed once more with COSATU's recommendation that the Department of Transport should table a clear plan to rebuild a plaza in Parliament, given the challenges around rail infrastructure maintenance, cable theft, which leads to inefficient operation of trains. The committee is of the view that relevant sector committees should follow up on these matters. The committee has long supported gender budgeting and gender mainstreaming. We are re-emphasizing on this matter. The committee again, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, stresses that it also fully supports the rights, needs, and interests of the LGBTQIA+ community and requests National Treasury to, in future, explicitly set out what cross-cutting funding furthers these. National Treasury and Cabinet should look into these matters very closely henceforth, and the committee will monitor this implementation. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I wish to thank all committee members across all party lines for availing themselves under strenuous conditions, committee stakeholders, the general public, which made written and oral submissions to the committee, as well as the committee support staff. Without these important role players, the process would not have been a success. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the committee recommends to this House that the bill should be adopted without any amendment. Angithokoze Sekela Sihlalo ohleli ngaphambili. Ngitsho banyana siu-ANC siyani fisela okuhle isababantu bekhethu beSouth Africa. Uzimo anichudubaze. Sinifisela uChristmas omuhle neNovijara omuhle. Niziphathe kuhle, nihlale nimbathi isifonyo, nikhambe niyokujova. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlangu, honorable members. I shall now put the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63 if they so wish. And we will start with the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Yes.
Deputy Chair, what is needed most in South Africa that this adjustment appropriations bill failed to provide? What is needed to ensure that permanent jobs are created and the economy flourish once again, as it did many years ago? Government's focus is currently on short-term self-preservation instead of the survival and recovery of the country as a whole. I'm not a pessimist, Chair, but I'm being realistic. Government is repeating the mistakes they made in the past over and over again, whilst the economy is regressing on a daily basis. Why did the Honourable President start selective investigation, selective consequence management, as some may say? May it be because it was one of the prescripts of the International Monetary Fund as a prerequisite to enable South Africa to benefit from the IMF funds. In Julie 2020 het Suid-Afrika druipsterk voor die IMF se deur gaan staan in bedel en 4.3 miljard rand geleen. En soos deur Netwerk 24 bevestig is die geld geleen met aanbevelings dat ekonomiese en fiskale beleidsveranderings dringend moet geskied. Voorsitter, watter roete moet geneem word? Weereens stel die ANC homself bo die belange van die land en jaag die verwronge beleide so swart ekonomiese bemagtiging, radikale ekonomiese transformasie na, wat die ekonomie vernietig, eerder as om sosiale kohesie en finansiële vooruitgang te bewerkstellig. Hierdie aanpasbegroting is niks anders as die uitdeel van geld deur die regering om sy politieke beeld te poets vir die toegewings 'n ander naam te gee nie. Chair, this appropriations bill doesn't address the real issues at hand. Government is, to a great extent, using this adjustment appropriations bill to disguise handouts, grants, presidential employment program, and similar programs, call it what you may, to bring temporary relief, build support, and at the same time, creating greater state dependency. Dependency as a result of state-created poverty. In this bill, funds were reprioritized to tend to the government's wage bill, created by government, and that it's still not effective. It's easy to blame COVID, Chair, for the current state of affairs, but who instituted these draconian regulations? Who is prolonging this lockdown? Whose fault is it that hospitals are still not finished up to standard? Who is to blame for thousands of children that did not benefit from school feeding schemes, Chair? Voorsitter, wie is te blameer vir die fondse wat nou aangewend moet word om salf aan die wonde van Julie maand se politieke onrus te smeer? Besnoeiing aan onder andere vervaardiging en ontwikkeling, asook die uitvoer van beleggingsbystand. Die huidige aanpasbegroting smeer water aan gebarste lippe, terwyl die regering die burgers van hierdie land die woestyn injaag. Ons kan dit nie ondersteun nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Dankie, achtbare de Toey. The next will be the EFF.
Deputy Chairperson.
Continue.
Deputy Chairperson.
Continue.
Yes. With all the objections that we have made, we are going to call for a division.
On this, we are going to vote in any case. What we are now asking is for declarations. So since the EFF doesn't have a declaration, we will now call on the Democratic Alliance to do a declaration. Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. An adjustment appropriation bill is an important indicator. It indicates which departments are performing and which are not. It indicates which projects are failing and what projects were actually stillborn. It indicates as well where there is political will to spend the money that's been appropriated according to the plans that were laid out. But it is also acts as an indicator of the policy direction that government is leaning towards. Pondering on these indicators, one is left with a feeling of disappointment as government signals bloody-minded adherence and continuation along the road to destruction via economic-killing policies. The warnings of the IMF should not go unheeded. The warnings from the ratings agencies, the warnings from our exchange rate, which has deteriorated so dramatically that the lifeblood of the economy, petrol, has risen to levels never seen before, levels that will kill jobs and job-creating businesses and push even more people into unemployment. What's the government's unemployment target? 50%? 55%? At 46.6%, we are dangerously close to these levels. Yet the indicators all point to the fact that the ANC policy playbook will be retained, literally at all costs. But the indicators show again the ability of government to spend money on salaries and yet consistently miss targets remains in place. At what point will we begin appropriating money based on the ability of a department to meet their key performance indicators? At what point will there be consequences for bad management, bad planning, bad implementation, and bad fiscal and workplace discipline? Certainly not with this appropriation adjustment budget. Roll on 2024. This country cannot afford to keep the ANC in power any longer. This country needs a governing party that gets things done. The Democratic Alliance, the party that actually gets things done, rejects this bill. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. The ANC, the African National Congress, who is going to do the declaration on behalf of the majority party.
Thanks for the opportunity. Deputy Chair, members in the House, South Africans at large.
We can't hear.
You can't hear me?
We can't hear. Move closer to your mic, please.
I am very close to my mic.
Yes, you are now. You may continue.
Deputy Chairperson, members of this august House, fellow South Africans, I greet you this afternoon.
The table.
The consolidated schedule of the Adjustments Appropriation Bill reflects its progressive orientation, which is found in the fact that it supports the 2021 Public Service Wage Agreement of 20.5 billion, of which 14.6 billion goes to provinces. This bill financially supports the implementation of the second phase of the Presidential Employment Initiative, with a distinct focus on youth employment of almost 11.2 billion. This bill also assists DENIEL in meeting its repayments obligation of 2.9 billion and purchases of vaccines to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic worth 2.3 billion. The work of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program initiative has been one of the most successful programs addressing the critical situation of unemployment in the country. Deputy Chairperson, this adjustment correctly addresses the most urgent area of unemployment, that of youth unemployment in particular, and provide for skills development as a necessary criterion to access the employment opportunities in the country. The allocation for this will create almost 550,000 jobs and provide young people with a salary and experience. In addition, the proposed allocation of further 74 billion over the next 3 years, must be welcomed by all in this august House. The provision to address the public service wage bill means that public service workers will not only be able to attend to economic distress that most families experience, but it will enable these resources in turn to contribute to the demand side of the economy and assist with the effort towards growth in the economy. The reality with Dinel is that this is one of the state-owned enterprises that the state secure given its strategic value. Hence, legal repayments obligation should be considered in this context. We welcome the additional amount of 113 million to the school infrastructure, especially dealing with water and sanitation for Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo provinces, because we are targeting primarily the rural areas which are the most affected by this question of water and sanitation. This restores human dignity and respect, Honorable Chairperson. We are concerned that the budget reprioritization to key public service delivery functions, including the departments that have been mentioned, it may have a negative impact in that regard. This must be seen alongside the inability to spend allocated funds, the quality of expenditure and its impact, of which all of which need far more attention. The ANC supports the schedule to the adjustments appropriation bill and the bill itself. Sifuna ukuthi ke Sihlalo, abanye abantu babhibhidla amazinyo. Kwelinye icala sithi bayadloba ondloyi kuba ingca ilihlaza, balibele into kokubana sisuka kwikamva elenzima. Apho elilizwe beliphethwe ngongqondo gqwirha bengabakhathalelanga abantu abantsundu, ngakumbi abantu abasemakhaya abasweleyo. Zikhona izinto esinawukwazi uzitshintsha ngalomzuzu, kodwa zikhona izinto esixolele into basijingiliswa ngazo esingenawukwazi uzitshintsha. Sizawuthi gqolorho sibhatala isinqaphezelo kubantu abasweleyo. Kuba xa sisenza ngolo hlobo sizama ukwenza ibuyambo elizweni lethu ukwenzela uba ilali ingakati ingalali eziko phaa kumasukwini. Ngolo hlobo ANC umbutho wesizwe sihamba nayo le bill mayiye phambili kwaye eneholide ezimandi. Siyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Mkiva. Honorable members, we will now allow 15 seconds for delegates who are outside the chamber and on the virtual platform that should join the House. 15 seconds. Volgens meetel wat ek by die skool geleer het. 15 seconds have lapsed. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. We're just waiting for the bells to stop ringing. Everyone inside? We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. And we will now call on those delegates who vote in favor inside the House. Can we see those that are voting in favor? Chief Whip, House Chair. Oh, before, a point of before.
Yeah, I want to say something. It was brought to my attention that there were those who would want to join the platform based on an explanation that earlier the Western Cape indicated that there will be no designated special delegates, and as well, the special delegates in Mpumalanga indicates that it is the EFF special delegate, not the FF plus. So I would just like to refer those matters to the table so that such verification is done and the process of voting is not tampered with. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
So if you raise the issue with Advocate Pindela?
Yes. I'm raising it for record with you, Deputy Chair, as procedure requires. Thanks.
As for a point of procedure, can the table please assist us? What is happening? Is it being attended to as we speak? So must we wait to get that clarity? Can we request Advocate Pindela?
Are you buying time to get ANC delegates on the system, or what is happening?
Which delegates are you talking about? We are in the system.
For buying votes?
Listening is a skill. Listening is a skill.
We are in the system, yeah.
Some of them are not even here, they are sleeping.
No, we are disciplined to have been here since morning and will remain until we approve the bill.
You've been leaving and coming.
The deputy chair will meet you again, Honorable Mukause.
We don't sleep on the job, Mukause.
Can I give feedback? Can I just give feedback? Honorable members, we are now at before, because apparently there was an issue that as was raised by the Chief Whip, and it was indeed confirmed by it was indeed, you may sit, I will give you after I have spoken. It was indeed confirmed that there seemed to have been a small issue with regards to the indication of the special delegates, as was mentioned. So I think whilst we are at the point where we are now, let us not have any comebacks with regards to that issue. And that is the reason why I'm dealing with that specific issue. Honorable Abskachny.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. I just want to ask on a point of order and a point of clarity. If any province indicates that they can't send special delegates, and then later on in the day find that their program allows that the special delegates can join, is that against the rules? Thank you.
I think what the Chief Whip said, and I understood him, is that at that stage when we started, there was that indication that Western Cape will not have a special delegate. And that there was that indication that the special delegate from Mpumalanga is from the Freedom Front Plus. Am I correct, Chief Whip? And in fact, it was corrected afterwards that it is not Freedom Front Plus, but it is Economic Freedom Fighters. I think it's important for the record that should be, because if afterwards there is a special delegate, that should then be indicated as such. And I think it is corrected now. I think the members can agree with me. It is corrected now. So I will now go back to the point where we proceed to the voting on the question. Who is calling for a point of order?
The TOE is calling for a point of order, Chair. I'd just like to provide clarity. The special delegate of the Freedom Front Plus is a special delegate. It's not the EFF. I sent the confirmation documentation to the table as well. So it's just to correct you, maybe you were supplied with the wrong information. The Freedom Front Plus does have a special delegate in Mpumalanga. Thank you, Chair.
EFF and Freedom Front Plus, in any case, if you say FF or EFF, it sounds very similar. But
if you are so easily confused, good luck.
It is now corrected, Honorable De Toy. You can relax, Honorable De Toy. Next Saturday is Christmas. So we can now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to.
You must correct what you said. It is not similar. EFF, it's EFF and nothing next to the FF plus.
All F's come 6 in the alphabet. So we will now proceed. The bells have rung. 15 seconds have passed. The doors are closed. We are proceeding to the voting. Honorable members, can all delegates inside the House that are voting in favor, please raise their hands. And keep your hand raised until we indicate that the voting is concluded. You have, wow, snel skrif geleer by die skool. Thank you very much, you may lower your heads now. Honorable members, on the platform that are voting in favor, can you please raise your hands now?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable Moshodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
Open the door's mic, and Nita. She was on the platform and she indicated that she has got a problem with the gadget.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm fine now.
Are you fine? Did you vote, Zuki?
Yes, Honorable.
You did.
Deputy Chair.
So it is Moshodi and Dodovu. I don't. Yes, that is the two that is not on the platform. So can we continue the table if you finalize?
Honourable Deputy Chair.
Hi, Honourable Mikalakis.
Sorry to do this to you on a point of order, Deputy Chair. I might be missing him, but I can't find Honourable Dodovo on the platform at all. I don't think it's just a sound problem. I think he's not on the platform at all. Can we just check that? I do apologize to him if he is on, but I can't find him on the platform.
Is he not on the platform?
He doesn't take his serious.
No, the issue is that I am not counting. I'm just saying that Rita indicated, Moshodi indicated, I said Dodovo didn't indicate, so the table haven't yet given us the results. You may sit, Honourable Ndongeni. The table haven't yet given us the results, and I'm sure they are capable enough to make sure that people are on the platform. But thank you, Honourable Mikalakis.
They were not capable enough to point out that Dodovo is not there.
Honourable Makause, Katie
Mikalakis is not a duty with.
Katie Meersmaki. The table will lower the hands of all so that we can prepare for the next. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Honourable Ahmed's order. Can you please mute this members? Order.
You are not making personal attacking our member here.
Issue. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Delegates in the House that vote against, can you please raise your hands?
Chair,
please.
Chair, could you please just allow Honourable Vieira?
Those that voted against inside the House, Have the table do the tally. You've done the tally. Yes, thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Those that are voting against on the platform, can you please raise your hands and keep your hands raised until we indicate it that you can put it down. Is the table fine? Yes. The table is fine. They've done the tally. So we are now going to request that you lower your hands, or the table can also assist in lowering their hands so that we can get those that are abstaining. All of us inside the chambers have voted. So it is just possibly on the platform if is there any person that are abstaining. If none, can the table please favor us with the results? The results are as follows. In favor, 29, and against, 18. The bill is thus agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Honorable members, to preside over the farewell speeches, we will allow the chairperson of the NCOP, whilst we are calling on the Honorable C. Labuschagne to come to the podium for the farewell speech. Honorable Labuschagne. Ek wil julle Kersfees gewens het, maar ek kan nie die chairperson se stoel oor.
Uyahambe eParlamente ngoku.
Terwyl die voorsitter hom nou regtrek, want ek seker my ook regtrek.
Zeker nog niks recht krijgen.
Thank you very much. Honorable Labuschagne, please proceed.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Deputy Chair, if you can pay attention. 2021 was a year characterized by mixed emotions, some high times, some low times, as well as some unexpected outcomes. This year again tested us as a nation on our ability to adjust and build resilience to the COVID-19 virus, severe socioeconomic circumstances for more than half of our population, the increase of violence on all levels, climate change incidents, and most of all, adjustments to a changed society due to long-standing lockdown on various levels. More or less everyone has either lost a loved partner, a family member, a friend, or a colleague. Our sincere condolences to you all, and we wish you strength for the way forward. Honorable Chair, another pandemic that's sort of become a norm in our country is corruption and the impact thereof on our total society. The importance of the NCOP as a parliamentary institution now more than ever is vital. Our role and function of in-depth oversight on where, by whom, on what, and how government funds are spent as well as if our legislation takes the country forward instead of contributing to the challenges we are facing, should be our highest priority. The rejection of the gambling bill in this House yesterday was a start in the right direction. The adoption of the revised rules is welcomed, as it should be the framework of the decorum of the NCOP in this House as well as on the virtual platform. An aspect that differentiates the NCOP from the National Assembly is the Section 100 and 109 interventions as spelled out in the Constitution. Quite a few new interventions, or quite a few new interventions, 8 was mentioned in a report yesterday, were done during this year. That will bring it around about 65 in all. The NCOP's Local Government Week this year focused on the many challenges local government are facing, while Section 139, interventions, and Section 154, the role and the functions of provincial governments towards local government, were highlighted. The dismal state of the majority of local governments is a threat to most South Africans. The role party politics, self-enrichment, and cadre deployment is playing in corruption and poor government is evident. The results of the local government elections in November 2021 should be a wake-up call for all public representatives in this country, especially in this House, as the upper house, on what we agreed upon in all our oaths when we started on our term in the NCOP and what our roles should be. Honourable Chair, I want to thank all the colleagues for this year's hard work. A special thanks to the personnel of the NCOP in the House, the committees, as well as to our political personnel for their dedication, support, and hard work. Parliament cannot function effectively without all of us doing our different parts. Thank you also for hearing our plea. We appreciated the nice lunch today. I also want to convey my appreciation to my own DA colleagues for their hard work, effectivity, and support. Also, a heartfelt thanks to your families, as they are normally the ones sacrificing the most. Then, before I conclude, because I think we all have a long day, I just want to make a request. Will all the members please use this period productively and ask your grandkids to teach you how to use all the Zoom functions that will help us all starting 2022. Lastly, I want to wish you all a blessed, healthy, and safe festive season with your families and friends and loved ones. Enjoy the rest and please stay safe. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable Detroit.
Honourable Chair, as communicated twice with the table, Honourable De Bruin will be taking part in the farewell speeches.
So, next speaker, I guess, will be Honourable Mukause.
Honourable Chair.
Speaker.
Oh, Detroit.
Honourable Chair.
I thought you're not. Yeah, but okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, from us.
Okay, it's good. The brain. Honourable brain, yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, from my side, as a new member in the NCOP that started mid-year,
I wish to thank everyone in the Council for the positive manner in which I was welcomed into the National Council of Provinces. And I also wish to extend a special word of thanks to my colleague, Honourable Du Toit, for his guidance, advice and confidence over the last 8 months. The Freedom Front further wishes to thank all the personnel and support staff for the key role they played with efficiency and professionalism. And I believe we can all agree that without them, this Council would not be able to function at all. Honourable Chair and fellow members, 2021 was a challenging year for all of us, with more ups and downs, but we've made it and we are at the end. And myself and the Freedom Front Plus wishes everyone a well-deserved rest and a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mgause.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council. Chairperson, before I attend to my farewell speech, I would like to address what deemed to be a belittling statement from the Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, when she said to me, in her own language, Honorable Mokause, JT Mir Smartney, Chairperson, just last week in the National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly addressed the EFF's National Chairperson, Honorable Mente, in his own words said, go and have a bath. These are belittling statements from those senior people from both houses, National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. We do not take it light, Chairperson of the Council. We just want to pass this message to Ms. Sylvia Lucas that the reason why she finds herself in the National Council of Provinces away from the Northern Cape province, it's because she lacks taste. In her own language, JT Mir Smartney, that's why you find yourself in the National Council of Provinces. Chairperson, the Constitution has not achieved the kind of society which we envisioned for South Africa. As Black people still do not benefit from promise made in this Constitution. Instead, we stand as a mere subject in this country and not as full citizens, as we are stuck in this high level of crime, poverty, unemployment at the height, which have taken over this country. Our people, in particular Black people, live under generally bad conditions in terms of food, security, housing, job opportunities, and show no signs of liberated people. And as a country, we have since 1994 been in one crisis after another. Service delivery has but collapsed, rendering government inefficient and riddled with corruption, with the majority of our local municipalities operating without money and on the brink of collapse as they fail to provide basic goods, services to our communities. As we head towards the festive season, Black majorities are still with no food. This is the time to be generous. This is the time to look at your neighbor and see if they've got food. This is the time to look at that orphan to see if they've got clothes to go to school, if they've got shelter to rest on. This is the time as we reflect, Chairperson, from our side. It has been a tough year, riddled with a COVID-19 pandemic. It has been a tough year for all of us working through wires, but through the dedicated staff of Parliament, which is not even paid much, which is not even taking home much. We expected a lot from them, but we want to say thank you for them for always making sure that all the committee work, all our work as members of Parliament, as members of this council is done smoothly. Chairperson, we would like to thank each and every one of you as colleagues who have done a sterling job in steering this house, the chief whip of the council from our side, from the EFF caucus. We say thank you for steering this wheel in the National Council of Provinces and providing the necessary guidance to all of us, not only your caucus member. We say thank you. As we head towards the festive season, we'd like to pass this message that all of us, let us be safe, let us go and rest and enjoy time with the loved ones, because we can be with you tomorrow, and tomorrow we cannot be here. We have lost so many loved ones in this year. We say to you, take care of one another. Have a great festive season from the EFF Caucus. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be the Chief Whip, S.J. Mohai.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And also let me recognize the Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Mayor Sylvia Lucas, House Chairpersons, Honorable Nyambe, House Chair of Committees, and also Mengwenya, the House Chair for International Relations. Let me also recognize all members of the National Council of Provinces and the distinguished special delegates. Also to start by acknowledging Mr. Vincent Moira, very hiding there at the corner, and Mr. Freck. Such a pleasure to be amongst the most humble and always ready to serve officers in this house. Can you please acknowledge their service, honorable members? So today marks the end of the parliamentary calendar for the 2021, a year that also marked the second year of the prevalence of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, as Mela Buskachen has pointed out, and Memukausi. An eventful year indeed, with the 6th democratic local government elections and the 25th anniversary of our constitution as amongst the main highlights. Chairperson, there is no doubt that the outcome of local government elections is a verdict of our people about who should govern them and should therefore be respected unconditionally. This election seems to entrench coalitions as permanent feature of South Africa's system of democratic governance. We are confident that how political parties conduct themselves in these coalitions will determine the future realignment of South African politics. For our people, the supreme test of success of coalitions will be how they advance good governance, service delivery and development, and of communities, in fact, above all, of our communities, above narrow political bickering. Contrary to some who speculated disruptions and anarchy from benches of the ANC where it is in the opposition benches, we have accepted the democratic outcome and assured South Africans to provide constructive opposition, and are indeed doing so. The 25th anniversary of our constitution has once again united our people in diversity to pause and take stock of the fulfilled and unfulfilled promises articulated in this noble unifying vision of our country. Whilst there is general acknowledgement that South Africa has entered an irreversible trajectory of state, nation and class formation based on principle of equality, freedom, justice and non-racialism, non-sexism and the rule of law, there is equally an appreciation of pervasive poverty, unemployment, and inequality, which are mainly concentrated among African and Black majority. The pervasiveness of gender-based violence in our country is clear manifestation of gender oppression and inequality, and demonstrates in no uncertain terms the paradox of the death of the old patriarchal order and the refusal of the new order of gender equality to be born. Chairperson, this means that the society, the midwife of a new social order, we are not doing enough to ensure the birth of new social order. Critical amongst the questions we must examine in confronting the scourge of gender-based violence is whether there is sufficient space for community activism against this scourge beyond advocacy, or has simply relegated the task of combating gender-based violence to the state. Chair, we raise this question because evidence demonstrates that the state alone cannot defeat the scourge of gender-based violence without community activism. The outbreak of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic and the recent July riots have laid bare the persistence of these contradictions, which call for urgent and decisive attention of our democratic project and its institution to have any meaning to our people. This should remind us, this House, the National Council of Provinces, as a critical institution of democracy in our country, cannot escape the scrutiny and wrath of our people in how it pushes back the frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. To rise to this occasion on the challenges of the critical task of pushing back the frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, duty calls upon all of us as we rest in this December vacation. We should ponder on two interrelated questions. One is our agenda and the manner in which we conduct our work is relevant and responsive to the needs of the people. And two, how do we measure the impact of our work on the lives of our people in pursuance of our constitutional mandate? Chairperson, what makes these questions more compelling is the emerging global trend characterized by erosion of trust of people in democracy and its institutions. These trends continue to give rise to left and right-wing populism and their attendant unconventional forms of political engagement in global politics. Chair and honorable members, as we close this year, we do so inspired by and proud of the spirit of cooperation that has prevailed among us despite robust political contestation. We must admit this is a political forum. We need to discuss. We need at times, we ruffle shoulders, but this cooperation has and continue to foster a sense of collective appreciation of the national interest above narrow party political interest. We owe this to political maturity, caliber and quality of members of this august House across party political lines. This has become particularly pronounced in the collective defense of the decorum of this House by members across party political affiliation. And that should be commended, honorable members. All of us, our interest was not to allow our House to deteriorate into chaos, but all the time pointed out on the need to hear one another in a rational manner. Chairperson, whilst I take honor to thank every member of this House for their contribution without reservations, allow me to do the unusual by drawing the members' attention to a few shining examples that I think we should emulate. The first, in the NCOP, in this 6th democratic parliament, it is indeed blessed to have in its midst and at senior leadership level members like Honorable Amos Masondo, who is our chairperson, Eunice Karim, who is the chair of the Select Committee on Finance, and Honorable Dango, who is the provincial whip of Gauteng. These are members who have brought with them enormous wealth of experience in public governance, development and transformation that span over more than 2 decades. They belong to a specific generation of our struggle and history, in whose footprints was born the freedom we enjoy today. Their composure, maturity, and modicum of respect, which they engage with issues and relate with other members, should be a source of inspiration to all of us. We really would agree that the chair, Honorable Masondo, is very patient. He does allow all members of the House to participate, at times at our dislike, when we want things to so good to he always accommodates, whether with the ANC, EFF, Freedom Front, or DA, gives us all of us a fair chance. Chairperson, is indeed fitting that as we observe the 60th anniversary of Mkondo Wesizwe, you know tomorrow is December 16th, we equally acknowledge one among us who has traversed a difficult and death-defying journey as a former member of Mkondo Wesizwe at a young age. We owe it to the death-defying generation of Honorable Alec Nchabele that the intensification of armed conflict culminated into the negotiated political settlement. Honorable Nchabele has also served as lawmaker in his own rights at different levels. We know him. Others call him Daddy. He's called by many names. But that's how rich is this house. The work of the National Council of Provinces and its quality cannot be measured outside the context of the work of the National Assembly and its committees. To this end, it will be great omission on our part not to recognize the improved coordination and synchronization between these two houses for the greater good of our people. But I know that Honorable Mahlangu and Honorable Karim will raise other matters as relates to management of budget, but that's for another day when we discuss next year. So, Chairperson, it is for this reason that we close this year. We equally acknowledge the leadership of the Chief Whip of the majority party in the National Assembly, and also the Honorable Pemi and her team of whips, together with the multi-party whips, of course, in cementing our cooperation. I must thank all leaders of all political parties in this House who have ensured the smooth running of the House and its committees. But also I must appreciate the role played by the provincial whips, and they are here in the House. Please, a hand for the provincial whips. They are here in their majority, who make it easy for this House to function. It will be an omission on my part not to acknowledge and express appreciation for professional and qualitative support that we receive from the officials of the NCOP. And I must say, I join Honorable Kathy Mukause and others that has really acknowledged the professional and the expertise that we receive at all stages of our work in this. And we should really appreciate under the leadership of Advocate Pindela. Can we really, honorable members, appreciate the support that we receive at all times. And we wish you safe journey back home. Re re ka Sesotho tsela tshweu go ya ka magoro a so latlhana. A re yeng re ba rate be re ba sileng lapeng batho ba re phelang le bona, and hape re phamise letsogo bakeng sa bao ba le goreng ga bana tse tshwanang le tsa rona, and re etse ntho e re bitsang ka gore motho ke motho ka ba bang. Re a leboga. Kgotso.
Albongo.
Thank you very much. Let me also just make a few remarks. But before I do so, let me acknowledge the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, the House Chairperson for International Relations and members support, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya, the House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight, Honorable Jomo Nyambi, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Seiso Mahai, Honorable Permanent Delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by saying the following, that when Honorable Team hears the following words from Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Siyabangena. You must know we have come a long way. Indeed, we have reached the end of 2021 parliamentary calendar. What a year. At this point, it is important to recall the purpose of our presence here. We are enjoined to represent the people. Our specific constitutional mandate as a National Council of Provinces is to represent the provinces to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. We are also responsible for carrying out the constitutional duty of providing space for the representation of the different categories of municipalities in our national parliament. As honorable members would know, the work we are doing in the sixth parliament is guided by our policy priorities, which place the need to ensure improved accountability by the executive and the involvement of the people in our process very high on the agenda. This is in keeping with our 1955 seminal document, the Freedom Charter, which declares that, quote, all people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of our country under the principle, the people shall govern. Let me not forget, not for a moment, that at the center of what we do is people, especially the working class and the poor. The 2030 National Development Plan is our roadmap towards achieving the improved quality of life promised in our Constitution, which was signed into law this month, 25 years ago. In this regard, the NDP aims to significantly eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by the year 2030. In performing our work this year, we have, through a number of activities, planned, undertaken work, of which, owing to time constraints, I can only mention some of the highlights. So amongst other things, in the start of this financial year, the House has considered and adopted 20 bills. These include the following: the upgrading of land tenure rights amendment bill, the correctional services amendment bill, the division of revenue bill, the appropriation bill, the special appropriation bill, the domestic violence amendment bill, the criminal law amendment bill, the criminal and related matters amendment bill, the criminal procedure amendment bill, and the second special appropriation bill. Among the legislations passed during the period were the 3 gender-based violence bills, which are aimed at enhancing our fight against women and child abuse. It is noteworthy that the NCOP proposed amendments to the criminal law amendment bill. We also considered and adopted 35 reports of select committees, and also had a number of ministerial briefings, one amongst other issues: interventions to address youth unemployment and poverty, progress on the expansion and acceleration of the COVID-19 vaccination program, which was aimed at assessing progress made in the vaccination drive, accelerating the implementation of the National Infrastructure Plan for Employment Creation and Development, and looking at the question of the school dropout. A total of 64 executive undertakings were recorded. A total of 860 questions, both oral and written, were addressed to the executive during the course of the year. 608 of these were written questions and 108 were oral questions. Out of a total of 680 written questions, 635 were responded to. The 45 outstanding are still within the prescribed period for responses in terms of the NCOP rules, as Nyambi would, I'm sure, confirm. The 108 oral questions were also responded to. The NCOP has also seen a surge in the number of questions asked to the executive since the COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, the focus of the questions by members has been on provincial impact in accordance with our mandate. Key observations are that the majority questions tend to solicit responses from the executive on the NDP thematic areas, namely quality healthcare, clean environment, security and justice, quality of education, and skills development, and housing, water, electricity, and sanitation. We have also processed a number of international agreements, House resolutions, and held debates on a range of issues, including on critical national matters, such as the July public violence, the looting and destruction of property, and the building of self-reliant and vibrant township economy. The House also adopted the amendments of the rules in order to improve its functioning and heighten its constitutional role. This is a milestone in a process that started during the 5th Parliament. The rules remain dynamic and may be amended from time to time as the circumstances change. These are just some of the highlights of the work we've done this year. The detail of this work is best viewed from the direct engagements at the committee and plenary level, which are publicly available in the form of reports, as well as written and visual records. Honorable members, programming at times remains one of our challenges, especially regarding the availability of ministers. We will continue to find solutions to this long-standing challenge. In doing so, we also need to look at how the information we get from the executive, informed by our own inquiries, assist us to deepen our oversight role. We also need to continue to find practical ways of leveraging the resources within the context of our constituency offices. There are many patrons across the length and breadth of our country who are willing to participate in a process of struggle to make a difference in all our communities. Working with them, we can facilitate a true participatory process and ensure a government that is truly responsive to the needs of the people. We know that the apartheid system played a big role in marginalizing many of our organizations. As such, many organizations in our communities lack the necessary depth to inspire people. In a way, this contributes to the increasing gap between people and those that represent their voice. Honorable members, the 6th Parliament has been in existence since May 2019. This means that we have reached our midterm point. From now on, we should be able to reflect on what we have done so far. Given the nature of the challenges facing our country, we have to recalibrate our interventions in a way that will assist us to increase our momentum and impact. Our performance so far reflects that despite the numerous challenges brought by COVID-19 pandemic, Parliament made strides in processing legislation and conducting oversight work through meetings, visits, and questions to the executive. We have also managed to hold public hearings as part of the considerations of key interventions in areas such as health, the land question, and the children's right. In particular, our measures to sustain public participation included the use of social media platforms and expanding Parliament's television and radio capacity. In the new year, we expect the report of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegation of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state. We must remain alive to its implications for our country, our work in the fight against corruption, and the entire project of nation building. Honorable delegates, I wish to thank the people of South Africa, the permanent and special delegates to the NCOP, the representatives of the South African Local Government Association and our partner institutions for great collaboration over the course of this year. I would also like to thank the presiding officers for their great support, engagement, and leadership. The Deputy Chairperson for her support and leadership on critical institutional programs. The House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight for a significant improvement in the work of the committees, particularly in light of the new ways of doing work. The House Chairperson for International Relations and member support for always looking after the interests of the members and serving as our important link with the National Assembly in relation to our international engagements. The Chief Whip has played a very pivotal role in ensuring that we all work smart and remain focused on the task of giving life to our mandate. Honorable members, fresh from the local government elections, we are looking forward to enhancing our engagement with the local sphere of government in the coming year. And we trust that the Chief Whip will take this into consideration in the overall management of our work. I would also like to thank the staff of Parliament and the leadership of Acting Secretary to Parliament, Ms. Baby Chawa, as well as NCOP Component Under Secretary of the NCOP, Advocate Divedi Pindela, for responding well to the working conditions that have since changed as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The Executive Administrative Authority has indeed done well under these circumstances. We cannot forget to thank the officials of our offices for helping us to navigate the demands of the task of serving the people. We may not be where we were in 1994 and not where we should be now, but the future beckons and the National Democratic Society is within grasp. May you all have a great festive season and come back alive in 2022. Let us not become statistics of road accidents and similar incidents. Always keep in mind that COVID-19 is still with us. It continues to threaten and ravage our society. But like in the case of bubonic plague, the so-called Spanish flu or leprosy, we shall emerge triumphant. Humanity will prevail. So go well, recharge your batteries, return with more energy in 2022 to serve all our people and serve them well. Thank you very much. Let me then continue to move towards closing. Honorable members, allow me to thank all of you for availing yourself to this important plenary sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned. Okay.
Batsule Christmas Timonati.